Right, we're live.
Right, finally, excellent, hurrah, we made it online. Oh, hello and welcome to all of you watching. I do apologize that we have come up 5 minutes late. It has been 6 minutes of Valentina swearing at Zoom, which was thoroughly entertaining for us and no fun for her, and we're kind of sorry you missed it. We seem to be beset with problems because Eventbrite's not behaving and now Zoom's not behaving, and but we're doing Hamlet. What on earth? What could possibly go wrong? Right, I'm gonna welcome this wonderful company, and I'm gonna pack them off to the virtual tiring house, and we will get well and truly started. She said, shuffling notes madly, because now I've lost the piece of paper I was writing on. Anyway, so we have joining us today. We have people. We have faces old, new, and far flung and near to. So we have Angela, who has returned to us after having jobs in the real world and going to Edinburgh and all sorts, but she's come back to have a play today, which is brilliant. We have Valentina holding the fort as ever. We have the wonderful Ian, who is with us again. We have Olga, who is still in Moscow. We send you lots of love, Olga, and thank you for coming and playing with us in fictional Denmark. With all the things that are happening in the world, then thank God for Shakespeare, right? That's all we can say. Thank God for Shakespeare. And we have Bridget, who has joined us again from America. So we're going from America to Russia today. This is pretty good, folks. I think this is exciting. And Fergus, who's been making magic happen. Fergus stepped in very last minute and has been our fight choreographer for this month. So extra huge round of applause and thanks to Fergus for being brilliant. And we have Lizzie Huxley, who is with us to be Hamlet. We have Dewi, who's going to be popping up as lots of different characters today, so see if you can keep track. We have Geraldine, who's ready to be an absolutely adorable Polonius. I can't wait. We have Jenny, who is rather fantastically joining us from on board ship. And she's told us that the weather is changing and she probably will need to sail into harbour at some point. So this is going to be an interesting one from that point of view as well. We have the wonderful Jill joining us from Cornwall, from her lovely house on the top of a cliff, and we have Simon. So we are all together, and this is going to be brilliant, and we can't wait. So off you go, everybody, to the tiring house while we get everything else. I get everything else started up here. That's the note I was looking for. So hello and thank you for joining us. Hello formally, I'm Lizzie, Artistic Director for Shakespeare. If you have not joined us before, then we are the company that does Shakespeare from lines and cues only. Why do we do that? Sometimes I wonder. It's a modern version or a modern interpretation of the way Shakespearean plays were performed in their own time, where actors received their lines and their cues, had very little or no, on occasion, rehearsal, and went straight on stage and performed together. So this is what everybody that you've just seen is going to present you a Hamlet. Now, we have been online since 9 o'clock this morning. We have been choreographing and running fights and murders and hiding behind arrases and shaking hands and swearing on sword hilts and passing. This is a busy play, yeah? So all of those sequences have been seen. People have heard each other's lines for those bits and pieces. I'd say at least 9/10 of the play, no one has heard what anybody else has got to say. So that is what we do. And then what happens is what happens. Absolutely nobody, least of all me, knows what's going to happen, including the fact that I have no idea what the running time is going to be. Although I'm hopeful that we will be done by around about 7. That's as close as I can get for you. There are 2 intervals of 5 minutes each, at which point I will pop up and do my little interval chats. You are all welcome to leave and take a break and come back at any point that you choose. Your link will remain open, and if you need anything in the way of you can rewatch it afterwards as well. So if you go away, if you need to leave us before the end, then just pick it up at any point that you like. If you have any problems, let us know. So I will be doing chats in the interval. Yes. Okay, good. So Hamlet. We are going to take you now to the kingdom of Denmark, and we are going to Denmark at a dark and cold time. And with everything that's happened in the last month, there's been a certain amount of me thinking, well, there's a lot of serendipity behind doing Hamlet at the moment, because of course in the UK we have had the death of our queen and the accession of a new king, and Denmark has just lost its monarch and acquired a new one. And although there is something I do want to say before we start, and this is going to be a little surprise for most of the cast as well. With all the sad stuff happening in the world and all the difficulties and all the troubles that there are, we have a little bit of good news from the company, because our dear brother in arms, as it were, Matt Williams, has recently got married, and he's not with us today because he's on honeymoon still. So we want to say a huge congratulations to Matt and Mrs. Matt. And Matt will be back with us for our next show next month. So that is for this is us sort of trying to send a little bit of happiness out into the world, because we're theatre makers, we're not soldiers, but we can do this. Yeah, we can do this. So Denmark at a dark and dangerous time. Well, in some respects, it's a good time, because the old king has died rather suddenly. His son has returned from university in Germany. But the old king's brother has won the election, because in Denmark at this time it is an elected monarchy, which is a lovely contradiction in my head. And so the new king is in place, and he has also somehow, whether through political or personal means, the new king has married the former queen. So there is happy news also in Denmark, which is wonderful. We're going to go to the battlements of the castle in Elsinore, the capital, the royal castle of Denmark, and we're going to join some soldiers who are there keeping watch in the cold and the dark. So could you pop your microphones on, those of you who start the first scene? So Bernardo, Francisco, are you ready to begin the story?
Ready?
Yes.
Ready. Excellent. So I will see you all at the interval, if not before. Good luck, everybody. Let's go to Denmark.
Who's there?
Nay, answer me. Stand and unfold yourself.
Long live the king.
Bernardo,
He?
you come most carefully upon your hour.
'Tis now struck 12. Get thee to bed, Francisco.
For this relief, much thanks. 'Tis bitter cold, and I am sick at heart.
Have you had quiet guard?
Not a mouse stirring.
Well, good night. If you do meet Horatio and Marcellus, the rivals of my watch, bid them make haste.
I think I hear them. Stand, who's there?
Friends to this ground.
And liegeman to the Dane.
Give you good night.
Oh, farewell, honest soldier. Who hath relieved you?
Bernardo has my place. Give you good night.
Holla, Bernardo.
Say, what, is Horatio there?
A piece of him.
Welcome, Horatio. Welcome, good Marcellus.
What? Has this thing appeared again tonight?
I have seen nothing.
Horatio says, but 'tis our fantasy, and will not make belief take hold of him. Touching this dreaded night, twice seen of us, therefore I have entreated him along with us to watch the minutes of this night, that if again this apparition come, he may approve our eyes and speak to it.
Tush, tush, 'twill not appear.
Sit down a while, and let us once again assail your ears that are so fortified against our story, what we 2 nights have seen.
Well, sit we down, and let us hear Bernardo speak of this.
Last night of all, when yond same star that's westward from the pole had made his course to illumine that part of heaven where now it burns, Marcellus and myself, the bell then beating 1.
Peace! Break thee off! Look where it comes again!
And the same figure, like the king that's dead.
Thou art a scholar. Speak to it, Horatio.
Looks it not like the king? Mark it, Horatio.
Most like. It harrows me with fear and wonder.
It would be spoke to.
Question it, Horatio.
What art thou that usurpst this time of night, together with that fair and warlike form in which the majesty of buried Denmark did sometimes march? By heaven, I charge thee, speak.
It is offended.
See, it stalks away.
Stay, speak, speak, I charge thee, speak.
It is gone, and will not answer.
How now, Horatio? You tremble and look pale. Is this not something more than fantasy? What think you on't?
Before my God, I might not this believe without the sensible and true avouch of mine own eyes.
Is it not like the king?
As thou art thyself. Such was the very armour he had on when ambitious Norway combated. So frowned he once when in an angry parle he smote the sledded poleaxe on the ice. 'Tis strange.
Thus, twice before, and just at this dead hour, with martial stalk, hath he gone by our watch.
In what particular thought to work, I know not. But in the gross and scope of my opinion, this bodes some strange eruption to our state.
Good. Now sit down and tell me, he that knows, why this same strict and most observant watch so nightly toils the subject of the land, and why such daily cast of brazen cannon and foreign mart for implements of war, why such impress of shipwrights, whose sore task does not divide the Sunday from the week. What might be toward that this sweaty haste doth make the night joint labourer with the day? Who is't can inform me?
That can I. At least the whisper goes so. Our last king, whose image even now appeared to us, was, as you know, by Fortinbras of Norway, thereto pricked on by a most emulate pride, dared to the combat, in which our valiant Hamlet, for so this side of our known world esteemed him, did slay this Fortinbras, who by a seal compact, well ratified by the law and heraldry, did forfeit with his life all those his lands which he stood seized upon to the conqueror. Against the which a moiety competent was gauged by our king, which had returned to the inheritance of Fortinbras, had he been vanquisher by the same covenant, and carriage of the article design his fell to Hamlet. Now, sir, young Fortinbras, of unimproved metal, hot and full, hath in the skirts of Norway here and there sharked up a list of landless resolutes for food and diet to some enterprise that hath a stomach in it, which is no other, and it doth well appear unto our state, but to recover of us by strong hand and terms compulsative those foresaid lands so by his father lost. And this, I take it, is the main motive of our preparations, the source of this our watch, and the chief head of this post-haste and rummage in the land. But soft. Hold. Oh, where it comes again. I'll cross it, though it blast me. Stay, illusion, if thou hast any sound or use of voice, speak to me. If there be any good thing to be done that may to thee do ease and grace to me, speak to me. If thou art privy to thy country's fate, which happily foreknowing may avoid, oh, speak. Or if thou hast uphoarded in thy life extorted treasure in the womb of earth, for which they say you spirits oft walk in death. Speak of it. Stay and speak. Stop it, Marcellus.
Shall I strike at it with my partisan?
Do if it will not stand.
'Tis here.
'Tis
gone.
here.
'Tis gone. We do it wrong, being so majestical to offer it the show of violence. For it is as the air, invulnerable, and our vain blows malicious mockery.
It was about to speak when the cock crew.
And then it started like a guilty thing upon a fearful summons. I have heard the cock that is the trumpet to the day doth with his lofty and shrill-sounding throat awake the god of day, and at his warning, whether in sea or fire, in earth or air, the extravagant and erring spirit hies to his confine. Of the truth therein, this present object made probation.
It faded on the crowing of the cock. Some says that ever against that season comes wherein our Saviour's birth is celebrated. The bird of dawning singeth all night long, and then they say no spirit can walk abroad. The nights are wholesome, then no planets strike, no fairy talks, witch hath no power to charm. So hallowed and so gracious is the time.
So I have heard, and do in part believe it. But look, the morn in russet mantle clad walks o'er the dew of yon high eastern hill. Break we our watch up, and by my advice, let us impart what we have seen tonight unto young Hamlet. For upon my life, this spirit dumb to us will speak to him. Do you consent we shall acquaint him with it? It's needful in our loves, fitting our duty.
Let's do it, I pray. And this morning I know where we shall find him most conveniently.
Though yet of Hamlet, our dear brother's death, the memory be green, and that it is us befitted to bear our hearts in grief, and our whole kingdom to be contracted in one brow of woe. Yet, so far has discretion fought with nature, that we with wiser sorrow think on him together with the remembrance of ourselves. Therefore, our sometime sister, now our queen, the imperial jointress of this warlike state, have we as 'twere with a defeated joy, with one auspicious and one dropping eye, with mirth in funeral, with dirge in marriage, in equal scale, weighing delight and dole, taken to wife. Nor have we herein barred your better wisdoms, which have freely gone with this affair along. For all our thanks, now follows that you know young Fortinbras holding a weak supposal of our worth, or thinking by our late dear brother's death our state to be disjoint and out of frame, collied with the dream of his advantage. He hath not failed to pester us with message, importing the surrender of those lands lost by his father, with all bonds of law to our most valiant brother. So much for him. Now for ourselves, and for this time of meeting, thus much the business is. We have here writ to Norway, uncle of young Fortinbras, who, impotent and bedrid, scarcely hears of this his nephew's purpose to suppress his further gate herein. In that the levies, the lists, and full proportions are all made out of his subject, we here dispatch you, good Cornelius, and you, Voltimand, for bearing of this greeting to old Norway, giving to you no further personal power to business with the king more than the scope of these dilated articles allow. Farewell, and let your haste commend your duty.
In that and all things we will show our duty.
We doubt it nothing. Heartily farewell. And now, Laertes, what's the news with you? You told us of some suit. What is it, Laertes? You cannot speak of reason to the Dane and lose your voice. Who wouldst thou beg, Laertes? That shall not be my offer, not thy asking. The head is not more native to the heart, the hand more instrumental to the mouth, than is the throne of Denmark to thy father. What wouldst thou have, Laertes?
Judge, my lord, your leave and favour to return to France, from whence, though willingly I came to Denmark to show my duty in your coronation, yet now I must confess that duty done, My thoughts and wishes bend again towards France, and bow them to your gracious leave and pardon.
Have you your father's leave? What says Polonius?
He hath, my lord. I do beseech you, give him leave to go.
Take thy fair hour, Laertes. Time be thine, and thy best graces spend it at thy will. But now, cousin Hamlet, and my son.
A little more than kin and less than kind.
How is it the clouds still hang on you?
Not so, my lord. I am too much in the sun.
Good Hamlet, cast thy knightly colour off, and let thine eye look like a friend on Denmark. Do not for ever with thy veiled lids seek for thy noble father in the dust. Thou know'st 'tis common, all that lives must die, passing through nature to eternity.
Aye, madam, it is common.
If it be, why seems it so particular with thee?
Seems, madam? Nay, it is, I know not, seems. 'Tis not alone my inky cloak, good mother, nor customary suits of woe, solemn black, nor with aspiration of forced breath, no, nor the fruitful river in the eye, nor the dejected behaviour of the visage, together with all forms, moods, shows of grief, that can denote me truly. These indeed seem, for they are actions that a man might play. But I have that within, which passeth show these but the trappings and the suits of woe.
'Tis sweet and commendable in your nature, Hamlet, to give these morning duties to your father. But you must know, your father lost a father, that father lost his, and the survivor bound in filial obligation for some term to do obsequious sorrow. But to persever in obstinate condolement is a cause of impious stubbornness. 'Tis unmanly grief. It shows a will most incorrect to heaven, a heart unmortified, a mind impatient, an understanding simple and unschooled. For what we know must be, and is as common as any the most vulgar thing to sense. Why should we in our peevish opposition take it to heart? Fie, 'tis a fault to heaven, a fault against the dead, a fault to nature, a reason most absurd, whose common theme is death of fathers, and who still hath cried from the first course till he that died today, this must be so. We pray you throw to earth this unprevailing woe, and think of us as of a father. For let the world take note, you are the most immediate to our throne, and with no less nobility of love than that which dearest father bears his son, do I import towards you. For your intent in going back to school in Wittenberg, it is most retrograde to our desire, and we beseech you, bend you to remain here in the cheer and comfort of our eye, our chiefest courtier, cousin, and our son.
Let not thy mother lose her prayers, Hamlet. I prithee stay with us, go not to Wittenberg.
I shall in all my best obey you, madam.
Why, 'tis a loving and fair reply. Be as ourself in Denmark. Madam, come. This gentle and unforced accord of Hamlet sits smiling to my heart, in grace whereof no ickund health that Denmark drinks today, but the great cannon to the clouds shall tell, and the kings rouse the heavens shall bruit again, re-speaking earthly thunder. Come away.
That this too solid flesh would melt, thaw, and resolve itself into a dew. Or that the everlasting had not fixed his cannon against self-slaughter. Oh God. Oh God! How weary, stale, flat, and unprofitable seem to me all the uses of this world. Violent? Aye, fie! Fie, 'tis an unweeded garden that grows to seed. Things rank and gross in nature possess it merely. That it should come to this. But 2 months dead. Nay, not so much, not 2. So excellent a king that was to this, Hyperion, to a satyr, so loving to my mother that he might not between the winds of heaven visit her face too roughly. Heaven and earth must I remember, She would hang on him, as if increase of appetite had grown by what is fed on, and yet within a month. Let me not think on't. Frailty, thy name is woman. A little month, or ere those shoes were old with which she followed my poor father's body, like no mule tears. Why, she, even she. Oh, heaven, a beast that once discourse of reason would have mourned longer. Married with mine uncle, my father's brother, but no more like my father than I to Hercules. Within a month. Ere yet the salt of most unrighteous tears had left the flushing of her galled eyes. She married. Oh, most wicked speed, to post with such dexterity to incestuous sheets. It is not, nor it cannot come to good. But break my heart, for I must hold my tongue.
Hail to your lordship.
I'm glad to see you well. Horatio, or do I forget myself?
Same as ever, my lord, and your poor servant ever.
My good friend. I'll change that name with you. And what make you from Wittenberg, Horatio? Marcellus?
My good lord.
I am very glad to see you. Good e'en, sir. But what, in faith, make you from Wittenberg?
Truant disposition, good my lord.
I would not have your enemy say so. Nor shall you do in my ear that violence, to make it truster of your own report against yourself. I know you are no truant. But what is your affair in Elsinore?
We'll teach you to drink dimp ere you depart.
My lord, I came to see your father's funeral.
I pray you do not mock me, fellow student. I think it was to see my mother's wedding.
Well, indeed, my lord, it followed hard upon.
Thrift, Horatio. The funeral backed meats did coldly furnish forth the marriage tables. Would I had met my dearest foe in heaven ere I had seen that day, Horatio. My father. Methinks I see my father.
Oh, where, my lord?
In my mind's eye, Horatio.
I saw him once. He was a goodly king.
He was a man, taken for all in all. I shall not look upon his like again.
My lord, I think I saw him yesternight.
Saw? Who?
My lord the king, your father.
The king, my father.
Season your admiration for a while with an attent care, till I may deliver upon the witness of these gentlemen this marvel to you.
Oh, for heaven's love, let me hear.
2 nights together had these gentlemen, Marcellus and Bernardo, on their watch, in the dead waste and middle of the night, been thus encountered. A figure like your father, armed at all points exactly cap a pie, appears before them, and with solemn march goes slowly and stately. By them thrice he walked, by their oppressed and fierce surprised eyes within his truncheon's length, whilst they, bestilled almost to jelly with the act of fear, stand dumb and speak not to him. This to me in dreadful secrecy impart they did, and I with them the 3rd night kept the watch, whereas they had delivered both in time form of the thing, each word made true and good, the apparition comes. I knew your father, These hands are not more alike.
Where was this?
My lord, upon the platform where we watched.
Did you not speak to it?
My lord, I did, but answer made it none. Yet once methought it lifted up its head, and did address itself to motion, like as it would speak. But even then the morning cock crew loud, and at the sound it shrunk in haste away and vanished from our sight.
It's very strange.
As I do live, my honoured lord, 'tis true. And we think it writ down in our duty to let you know of it.
Indeed, sirs. But this troubles me. Hold you the watch tonight?
We do,
my lord.
Armed, you say?
Armed, my lord.
From head to toe?
My lord,
Lord,
from head
head
to
to
From head
toe.
to foot.
Then saw you not his face?
Oh yes, my lord, he wore his beaver up.
What? Looked he frowningly?
A countenance more in sorrow than in anger.
Pale or red?
Nay, very pale,
And fixed his eyes upon you?
most constantly.
I would I had been there.
It would have much amazed you.
Very like. Stayed it long?
With one with moderate haste might tell 100.
Longer.
Well, not when I saw it.
His beard was grizzly, no?
It was as I have seen it in his life, a sable silvered.
I'll watch tonight. Perchance 'twill wake again.
I warrant you, it will.
If it assume my noble father's person, I'll speak to it. Though hell itself should gape and bid me hold my peace. I pray you all, if you have hitherto concealed this sight, let it be treble in your silence still. And whatsoever else shall hap tonight, give it an understanding but no tongue. I will requite your loves, so fare you well. Upon the platform twixt 11 and 12 I'll visit you.
Our duty to
Our
your
duty
honour.
to your honour.
Your love as mine to you. Farewell. My father's spirit in arms. All is not well. I doubt some foul play. Would the night were come, till then, sit still, my soul. Foul deeds will rise, though all the earth overwhelm them to men's eyes.
My necessaries are embarked. Farewell. And, sister, as the winds give benefit and convoys assistant, do not sleep, but let me hear from you.
Do you doubt that?
For Hamlet and the trifling of his favours, hold it a fashion and a toy in blood, a violet in the youth of prime nature, forward, not permanent, sweet, not lasting the suppliance of a minute, no more.
No more but so.
Think it no more. For nature crescent does not grow alone in thorns and bulk, but as his temple waxes, the inward service of the mind and soul grows wide withal. Perhaps he loves you now. And now no soil, no cattle doth besmirch the virtue of his fear, but you must fear. His greatness waited. His will is not his own, for he himself is subject to his birth. He may not, as unvalued persons do, carve for himself, for on his choice depends the sanctity and health of the whole state. And therefore must his choice be circumscribed unto the voice and yielding of that body whereof he is the head. Then, if he says he loves you, It fits your wisdom so far to believe it, as he, in his peculiar sect and force, may give his saying deed, which is no further than the main voice of Denmark goes withal. Then wait what loss your honour may sustain. If with too credent ear you list his songs, or lose your heart, or your chaste treasure open to his unmastered importunity, fear it, Ophelia, fear it, my dear sister, and keep within the rear of your affection, out of the shot and danger of desire. The chaste cherished maid is prodigal enough if she unmask her beauty to the moon. Virtue itself escapes not calumnious strokes. The canker galls, the infants of the spring, too oft before the buttons be disclosed, and in the morn and liquid dew of youth, contagious blossomings are most imminent. Be wary then, that safety lies in fear. Youth to itself rebels, though none else near.
I shall the effect of this good lesson keep as watchman to my heart, but, good my brother, do not, as some ungracious pastors do, show me the steep and thorny way to heaven, whilst, like a puffed and reckless libertine himself, the primrose path of dalliance treads, and reeks not his own reed.
Oh, fear me not. I'll stay too long. Ah, but here my father comes. A double blessing is a double grace. Occasion smiles upon a second leave.
Yet here, laertes, aboard for shame. The wind sits in the shoulder of your sail, and you were stayed for there. My blessing with you. And these few precepts in thy memory, see thou character. Give thy thoughts no tongue, nor any unproportioned thoughts is act. Be thou familiar, but by no means vulgar. The friends thou hast, and their adoption tried, grapple them to thy soul with hoops of steel, but do not dull thy palm with entertainment of each unhatched, unfledged comrade. Beware of entrance to a quarrel, but being in, bear that the opposed may beware of thee. Give every man thine ear, but few thy voice. Take each man's censure, but reserve thy judgment. Costly thy habit, as thy purse can buy, but not expressed in fancy. Rich, but not gaudy, for the apparel oft proclaims the man, and they in France of the best rank and station are of a most select and generous chef in that. Neither a borrower nor a lender be, for loan of juice loses both itself and friend, and borrowing dulls the edge of husbandry. This, above all, to thine own self be true, and it must follow as the night the day. Thou canst not then be false to any man. Farewell, my blessing season this in thee.
Most humbly do I take my leave. My lord.
The time invites you. Go, your servants tend.
Farewell, Ophelia, and remember well what I have said to you.
'Tis in my memory locked, and you yourself shall keep the key of it.
Farewell.
What is it, Ophelia, he hath said to you?
Oh, so please you, something touching the Lord Hamlet.
Marry, well bethought. 'Tis told me he hath oft of late given private time to you, and you yourself have of your audience been most free and bounteous. If it be so, as so 'tis put on me, and that in way of caution, I must tell you, you do not understand yourself so clearly as it behoves my daughter and your honour. What is between you? Give me up the truth.
He hath, my lord, of late made many tenders of his affection to me.
Affection? You speak like a green girl unsifted in such perilous circumstance. Do you believe his tenders, as you call them?
I do not know, my lord, what I should think.
Mary, I'll teach you. Think yourself a baby, that you obtain his tenders for true pay, which are not starling. tender yourself more dearly, or not to crack the wind of the poor praise running it thus, you'll tender me a fool.
My lord, ye have importuned me with love in honourable fashion.
Aye, fashion you may call it. Go to, go
I have
to.
given countenance to his speech, my lord, with all the vows of heaven.
How springers to catch woodcocks. I do know when the blood burns how prodigal the soul gives the tongue vows. These blazers, daughter, giving more light than heat, extinct in both, even in their promise, as it is a making, you must not take for fire. For this time, daughter, be somewhat scanter of your maiden presence, set your entreatments at a higher rate than at command to parley. For Lord Hamlet believes so much in him that he is young, and with a larger tether may he walk than may be given you. In view, Ophelia, do not believe his vows, for they are brokers, not of the eye, which their investments show, but mere implorators of unholy suits, breathing like sanctified and pious bonds, the better to beguile. This is for all. I would not, in plain terms, from this time forth, have you so slander any moment leisure as to give words or talk with the Lord Hamlet. Look to it. I charge you, come your ways.
I shall obey, my lord.
The air bites shrewdly. Is it very cold?
It is a nipping and an eager air.
What hour now?
I think it lacks of 12.
No, it is struck.
Indeed, I heard it not. Oh, then it draws near the season wherein the spirit held his wont to walk. What does this mean, my lord?
The king doth wake tonight and takes his rouse. Keeps wassels and the swaggering up ill rails as he drains his draughts of Rhenish down. The cattle drum and doth break out in the triumph of his pledge.
Is it a custom?
I marriest, and to my mind, though I am native here, and to the manner born, it is a custom more honoured in the breach than the observance.
Look, my lord. It comes.
Angels and ministers of grace defend us. Be thou a spirit of health or goblin damned, bring with thee airs from heaven or blasts from hell, be thy events wicked or charitable. Thou comest in such a questionable shape that I will speak to thee. I'll call thee Hamlet, king, father, royal Dane. Oh, answer me! Let me not burst in ignorance, but tell why thy canonized bones, hearsed in death, have burst their sermons. Why the sepulchre wherein we saw thee quietly inurned hath oped its ponderous and marble jaws to cast thee up again. What may this mean? That thou, dead corse, again in complete steel revisits thus the glimpses of the moon, making night hideous? And we, fools of nature, so hurriedly to shake our disposition with thoughts beyond thee, reaches of our souls. Say, why is this? Wherefore? What should we do?
It beckons you to go away with it as if some impartment it did desire to you alone.
Look with what courteous action it wafts you to a more removed ground, but do not go with it.
No, by no means.
It will not speak, then I will follow it.
You shall not go, my lord.
Why? What should be the fear? I do not let my life at a pin's fee, and for my soul, what can it do to that? being a thing immortal as itself. It waves me forth again. I'll follow it.
What if it tempt you toward the flood, my lord? Or to the dreadful sonnet of the cliff that beetles o'er its base into the sea, and there it assumes some other horrible form which might deprive your sovereignty of reason and draw you into madness? Think of it.
Wafts me still. Go on. I'll follow thee.
You shall not go, my lord.
Your hand.
Behold, you shall not go.
My fate cries out and makes each petty artery in this body as hardy as the Nemean lion's nerve. Still am I called. Unhand me, gentleman. By heaven, I'll make a ghost of him that lets me, I say, away! Go on. I'll follow thee.
He waxes desperate with imagination.
Let's follow. 'Tis not fit thus to obey him.
Have after to what issue will this come?
Something is rotten in the state of Denmark.
Heaven will direct it.
Nay, let's follow him.
Where wilt thou lead me? Speak. I'll go no further.
Mark me.
I will.
My hour is almost come, when I to sulphurous and tormenting flames must render up myself.
Alas. Poor ghost.
Pity me not, but lend thy serious hearing to what I shall unfold.
Speak. I am bound to hear.
So art thou to revenge when thou shalt hear.
What?
I am thy father's spirit, doomed for a certain term to walk the night, and for the day confined to fast in fires, till the foul crimes done in my days of nature are burnt unpurged away, but that I am forbid to tell the secrets of my prison house, I could a tale unfold, whose lightest word would harrow up thy soul, freeze thy young blood, make thy two eyes like stars start from their spheres, thy knotty and combined locks to part, and each particular hair to stand and end like quills upon the fretful porcupine. But this eternal blazon must not be to ears of flesh and blood. List, Hamlet, oh list, if thou didst ever thy dear father love.
Oh, heaven!
Revenge this foul and most unnatural murther.
Murther?
Murther most foul as in the best it is, but this most foul, strange, and unnatural.
Haste me to know it, that with wings as swift as meditation or the thoughts of love may sweep me to my revenge.
I find thee apt, and dumber shouldst thou be than the fat weed that rots itself in ease on leafy wharf, wouldst thou not stir in this. Now, Hamlet, here, it's given out that sleeping in mine orchard, a serpent stung me, so the whole ear of Denmark is by a forged process of my death rankly abused. But know thou, noble youth, the serpent that did sting thy father's life now wears his crown.
The instances that second marriage move are base respects of thrift. But no, the second time I kill my husband dead. My husband dead.
Incestuous, adulterate beast, with witchcraft of his wits, hath traitorous gifts. O wicked wit and gifts that have the power so to seduce, won to this shameful lust the will of my most seeming virtuous queen. Oh, Hamlet, what a falling off was there from me, whose love was of that dignity that it went hand in hand even with the vow I made to her in marriage. And to decline upon a wretch whose natural gifts were poor to those of mine. But virtue, as it never will be moved, though lewdness caught it in a shape of heaven, so lust, though to a radiant angel linked, will sate itself in a celestial bed and prey on garbage. It's soft. Methinks I scent the morning's air. Brief let me be. Sleeping within mine orchard, my custom always in the afternoon, upon my secure hour, thy uncle stole with juice of cursed Heaven in a vial, and in the porches of mine ears did pour the leprous distilment, whose effect holds such an enmity with blood of man, that swift as quicksilver it courses through the natural gates and alleys of the body. With a sudden vigour it doth posset and curd, like egg droppings into milk, the thin and wholesome blood. So did it mine, and a most instant tetter baked about, most laser-like with vile and loathsome crust, all my smooth body. Thus was I sleeping by a brother's hand, of life, of crown and queen at once dispatched, cut off even in the blossoms of my sin, unhouselled, disappointed, unnannelled, no reckoning made, but sent to my account with all my imperfections on my head. Oh, horrible, oh, horrible, most horrible. If thou hast nature in thee, bear it not. Let not the royal bed of Denmark be a couch for luxury and damned incest. But howsoever thou pursuest this act, taint not thy mind, nor let thy soul contrive against thy mother aught. Leave her to heaven, and to those thorns that in her bosom lodge to prick and sting her. Fare thee well at once. The glowworm shows the matin to be near, and gins to pale his uneffectual fire. Adieu, adieu, Hamlet. Remember me.
Oh, you host of heaven. Or earth. What else? Angelic up hell? Oh, fine. Hold my heart. And you sinews, grow not instant old, but bear me stiffly up. Remember thee. Ay, thou poor ghost, while memory holds a seat in this distracted globe. Remember thee. Yea, from the table of my memory I'll wipe away all trivial, fond records, all sorts of books, all forms, all precious past that youth and observation copied there. And thy commandment all alone shall live within the book and volume of my brain, unmixed with baser matter. Yes, yes, by heaven. Pernicious woman! Villain! Villain! Smiling, damned villain! My tables, my tables. Neat it is, I set it down. That one may smile and be a villain. I'm sure at least it must be so in Denmark. So, Uncle, there you are. Now, to my word, it is. Adieu. Remember me. I have sworn.
My lord!
My lord!
My lord!
My lord!
Lord Hamlet!
Oh,
For him.
come, bird.
Come,
Beloved
Uncle.
home, my lord.
Hello, boy. Come, bird, come.
How is my noble lord?
Oh, wonderful.
Good, my lord. Tell't.
No, you'll reveal it.
Not I, my lord, by heaven.
Nor I, my lord.
How say you then? Would heart of man once think it, but will be secret.
I, by
I,
heaven,
by heaven, my lord.
There's ne'er a villain dwelling in old Denmark, but he's an arrant knave.
There needs no ghost, my lord, come from the grave to tell us this.
Why, right. You are in the right. And so, without more circumstance at all, I hold it fit that we shall shake hands and part. You, as your business and desire shall point you, for every man has business and desire, such as it is. And for mine own poor part, look you, I'll go pray.
These are but wild and hurling words, my lord.
I'm sorry they offend you heartily. Yes, faith, heartily.
There's no offence, my lord.
Yes, by St. Patrick, but there is, my lord, and much offence too, touching this vision here. It is an honest ghost, that, let me tell you. For your desire to know what is between us, master it as you may. And now, good friends, as you are friends, scholars and soldiers, give me one poor request.
Yes, my lord, we will.
Never make known what you have seen tonight.
My lord,
My lord, we will not.
Nay, but swear it.
In faith, my lord, not I.
Nor I, in faith, my lord.
Upon my sword.
We have sworn already, my lord. My lord, already.
We have sworn, my lord, already.
Indeed, upon my sword. Indeed.
Where?
Ah, boy, sayest thou so? Art thou there, Truepenny? Come on, you hear this fellow in the cellarage, consent to swear.
Propose the oath, my lord.
Never to speak of this that you have seen. Swear by my sword.
Swear!
And speak. Then we'll shift for ground. Come hither, gentlemen, and lay your hands again upon my sword. Never to speak of this that you have heard. Swear by my sword.
Swear!
Well said, old mole. Can't work in the ground so fast. A worthy pioneer. Once more, remove, good friends.
Oh, day and night, but this is wondrous strange.
Therefore, as a stranger, give it welcome. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in our philosophy. But come, here as before. Never so help you mercy, how strange or odd soe'er I bear myself, as perchance hereafter shall think meet to put an antic disposition on, that you at such times seeing me shall never with arms encumbered thus or thus, head shake, or by pronouncing of some doubtful phrase, as well, we know, or we could, and if we would, or if we list to speak, or if there might be, or such, note that you know aught of me. This do not do. So grace, mercy, at your most need help you. Swear.
Swear.
Rest, perturbed spirit. So, gentlemen, with all my love, I do commend me to you. And what so poor a man as Hamlet is may do it express his love and friendship to you. God willing shall not lack. Let us go in together. Still your fingers on your lips, I pray. Time is out of joint. Oh, cursed spite that ever I was born to set it right. Come. Let's go together.
Give him this money and these notes, Ronaldo.
I will, my lord.
You shall do marvellous wisely. Good Ronaldo, before you visit him, you make inquiry of his behaviour.
My lord, I did intend it.
Marry, well said. Look you, sir, inquire me first what danskers are in Paris, and who, and how, and what means, and where they keep, what company, at what expense, and finding by this encompassment and drift of question that they do know my son, come you more nearer than your particular demands will touch it. Take you as 'twere some distant knowledge of him, and thus I know his father and his friends, and in part him. Do you mark this, Ronaldo?
Aye, very well, my lord.
And in part him. But you may say, not well, but if it be he I mean, he's very wild, addicted so-and-so. And there, put on him what forgeries you please. Marry, none so rank as may dishonour him, take heed of that. But, sir, such wanton, wild, and usual slips as our companions noted and most known by youth and liberty.
As gaming, my lord.
Aye, all drinking, fencing, swearing, quarrelling, drabbing, you may go so far.
My lord, that would dishonour him.
A faith, no, as you may season it in the charge, you must not put another scandal on him that he is open to incontinency. That's not my meaning, but breathe his faults so quaintly that they may seem the taints of liberty, the flash and outbreak of a fiery mind, a savageness in unreclaimed blood of general assault.
But, good my lord.
Wherefore should you do this?
Aye, my lord, I would know that.
Marry, sir, here's my drift, and I believe it is a fetch of warrant. You laying these slight sullies on my son, as 'twere a thing a little soiled in the working, mark you your party in converse, him you would sound having ever seen. In the predominant crimes, the youth you breathe of guilty, be assured he closes you with you in this consequence. Good sir, or so, or friend, or gentleman, according to the phrase and the addition of man and country.
Very good, my lord.
And then, sir, does he this? He does, what was I about to say? I was about to say something. Where did I leave?
At closes in the consequence, at friend or so, and gentleman.
At closes in the consequence. I marry, he closes with you thus. I know the gentleman. I saw him yesterday, or t'other day, or then, or with such and such. And as you say, there was he gaming, there or took in his rouse, there falling out at tennis, or perchance I saw him enter a house of sale, videlicet, a brothel, or so forth. See you now, Your bait of falsehood takes this cape of truth, and thus do we of wisdom and of reach with windlasses and with assays of bias by indirections find directions out. So by my former lecture and advice shall you, my son, you have me, have you not?
My lord, I have.
Goodbye you. Fare you well.
Good, my lord.
Observe his inclination in yourself.
I shall, my lord.
And let him apply his music.
Well, my lord.
Farewell. Ah, how now, Ophelia? Oh, what's the matter?
Yes, my lord, I have been so affrighted.
With what, in the name of heaven?
Oh, my lord, as I was sewing in my chamber, Lord Hamlet, with his doublet all unbraced, no hat upon his head, his stockings fouled, ungartered, and down jived to his ankle, pale as his shirt, his knees knocking together, and with a look so piteous and purport, as if he had been loosed out of hell to speak of horrors. He comes before me.
Mad for thy love.
Oh, my lord, I do not know, but truly I do fear it.
What said he?
He took me by the wrist and held me hard. Then goes he to the length of all his arm, and with his other hand thus o'er his brow, he falls to such perusal of my face as he would draw it. Long stayed he so, at last a little shaking of mine arm, and thrice his head thus waving up and down, he raised a sigh so piteous and profound that it did seem to shatter all his bulk and end his being. That done, he let me go, and with his head over his shoulders turned, he seemed to find his way without his eyes, for out of doors he went without their help, and to the last bended their light on me.
Go with me. I will go seek the king. This is the very ecstasy of love, whose violent property foredoes itself and leads the will to desperate undertakings, as oft as any passion under heaven that does afflict our natures. I am sorry. What, have you given him any hard words of late?
No, my good lord, but as you did command, I did repel his letters and denied his access to me.
That hath made him mad. I am sorry that with better speed and judgment I had not quoted him. I feared he did but trifle and meant to rack thee. But beshrew my jealousy, it seems it is as proper to our age to cast beyond ourselves in our opinions, as it is common for the younger sort to lack discretion. Come, go we to the king. This must be known. Being kept close might move more grief to hide than hate to utter love.
So a mysterious and dark and moody ending there. Let's see, for our first section of our play. Oh, that's pretty good timing. We've been going just over an hour. To all of you backstage and or to all the audience, there is now a 5-minute interval to allow our actors to breathe out and relax for a bit, because one of the things about the way, the using of this technique is they never know exactly when they're coming back on again. So everybody's kind of keyed up and poised, even if they think, well, I've got 2 scenes, I've got 3 scenes, but have I got scenes that are that big, or have I got scenes that are that big? So they can rest, and you can go and make yourselves more comfortable in whatever way you choose. Make a cup of tea or whatever. I'm going to chat for a few minutes, just in my role as my self-designated role of that mildly interesting, mildly irritating article somewhere in the back of your program, which you only read in the tube on the way home, or while you're waiting for the rest of your friends and family to return from with ice cream or whatever, wherever they've gone for in the theatre. So what am I going to talk about today? Well, I'm going to stick pretty much in the present for the moment because I hope I'm never sure whether to say this or not, but the technical issues are still dogging us, and we're doing everything we can. But it's and this sounds like you know, we're just fobbing it off, but it's Zoom. Zoom is playing us up today quite thoroughly. We've got a few people who are having sort of camera lag. We've got some difficulties hearing. We've got various things going on. There are sound intrusions. There are cameras. There are strange things going on. I don't know if this is Hamlet's father's ghost or Claudius's or whatever is going on, but there are a few bugs in the system for which we ask you to forgive us, and I hope very much that it is not in any way detracting from your enjoyment of the play. I think they're going really well. I'm really enjoying this. It's very difficult for me sitting here in Prompter's Corner. I can't stop anything going wrong, but at the same time, it's like I always want to be cheering them on, going, yes, really good start. So there are things. Oh, actually, the other thing I should say, because I didn't make this clear at the start, as so often happens, because life now intervenes much more vigorously than it used to when we were on lockdown. We have lost a couple of members of the company at very short notice, so short that two members of the, well, actually 3 members of the current company took over parts last night. So there was some very, very swift hot work and preparation that was done. For example, Simon just pulled off Marcellus on almost no warning, and we have a few more of those coming up. So I want to say, for because I say it to them as much as I can, but I'm going to say it publicly. The actors in this company are absolutely stupendous creatives who will take everything in their stride and every blow on the chin. And I thank them so much for being so brilliant. I am incredibly lucky. So, and just incredibly grateful. And I'm sure that Will Shakespeare is as well. But this is what we have going on. And I need to add, and to make clear in this, that in with those late takeovers, I did mention it in the introduction, but I really want to say a very specific thank you, and you are incredible, to Fergus Rattigan, who has spontaneously become our fight choreographer for this particular production. Those of you wondering where Alexandra is, who is our regular fight director, be assured she is well. Nothing ill has happened in her life. She is involved with the theatre production, and she was unexpectedly required to be there all day today. So we could not have her, which is their gain, our loss. But we have also had the wonderful experience of being choreographed by Fergus, and I hope you enjoy the fights and everything as they come up further in the play. Oops, spoilers. Never mind. So one thing I want to say about the text, because it keeps catching my ear as we go through, because those of you who've watched us before will know this, we work from a version of First Folio text. Now, the version of the text that I use is downloaded from Project Gutenberg, which is a free digital resource online where, I mean, it's not just the First Folio of Shakespeare. There are many, many, many novels and plays of all eras which are available via Project Gutenberg, which where they have been, physically typed onto the internet, onto digital documents by wonderful volunteers, I believe mostly in America. And there is a funny thing about the script that we use, and I'm sure you've noticed it, and there are going to be more coming. When you get this thing of First Folio text, like Horatio didn't accuse Hamlet of speaking wild and whirling words, which is what I'm more familiar with. These were wild and hurling words. And I love it when you get that. It's a change of one letter and you go, that's got such a different meaning to it. And sometimes I look at that and I wonder, is that the person who typed it up on Project Gutenberg? Because human error is a part of everything that we do. Witness the mistakes that occasionally still surface in our scripts, which are my fault. I do my best. But human error and hearing and mishearing and reading wrongly are a part and integrally built into these texts, because we have to think of the journey from the original text, from the quill of of whoever wrote the scene to the eye of the book holder who transcribed it, to the eye of the actor who then learned it and made their own notes and possibly changed things and then performed it. And what, how the lines may or may have changed and morphed while they were being spoken and what they did. So all these levels of change and misreading, I mean, never mind what happened with the typesetters who set it from manuscript into type, working upside down and backwards by lamplight. I mean, my goodness, I don't think I could spell anything like that, individual lead letters being placed in that way. So there is so much sort of variety and change that, well, if there are some typos that come in along the way, well, that's just life. But it does intrigue me because there are also lines missing in this play. There is, in fact, almost an entire scene missing in this play. It hasn't happened yet. See if you spot it later on. And we had the same thing with King Lear. There were a couple of quite lengthy exchanges between Lear and the Fool, which were simply not present in the version of the script that I was working from. And several of the cast were asking me, going, have you edited this? Why'd you edit that out? I'm like, I didn't edit it. It just wasn't there. So the question then remains, when and where do these scenes come in? Do they come, are they something that happened in a later time? Were they forgotten? Are we dealing with eye skip? I mean, I don't know. There is no answer. It's just intriguing that these little things keep coming up. There is a big one coming up, which is a little bit of a spoiler, a much later line of Hamlet's that I have shot mine arrow o'er the house and hit my, it's usually referred to as brother, is the usual word. In our version, it's going to be mother. So see what you think of that when it gets up and keep listening out for those little changes. Anyway, that's enough of me babbling on. I'm just making a quick note of the running time while I'm talking. So we are now picking up again and going into the middle chunk of our play. So we left off at the moment when Hamlet he's been spoken to by a spirit claiming to be the ghost of his father, and this has deeply disturbed him. The spirit has said that his father was murdered by his uncle, and it is required Hamlet to revenge. And Hamlet is thrown into a certain amount of disorder, but he swears, yes, I will revenge my father's death. Of course I will. And the next thing we hear is of extremely disturbed behavior, because Ophelia came in and told us about his bad behavior. And Polonius thinks he knows what may have caused this bad behavior. Is Hamlet lovesick, in fact? Well, let's find out what happens next. So we are going into a scene where we will re-meet the new king and queen and two old friends of Hamlet's who have been brought in by the king and queen to help him in his unhappy times. So can you just pop your mics off? King, Queen, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. Here they come, everyone's favorite double act. Yeah. Let me know you're ready.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, wonderful. So as soon as I go, the stage is yours. Let's go back to Denmark, see what happens next.
Welcome, dear Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. Moreover, that we did much long to see you, the need we have to use you did provoke our hasty sending. Something have you heard of Hamlet's transformation, so I call it, since not the exterior nor the inward man resembles what it was. What it should be more than his father's death that has thus put him so much from the understanding of himself, I cannot deem of. I entreat you both, that being of so young days brought up with him, and since so neighbourhood to his youth and humour, that you vouchsafe your rest here in our court some little time. So, by your companies, to draw him on to pleasures, and to gather so much as from occasions that you may glean that opened lies within our remedy.
Good gentlemen, he hath much talked of you, and sure I am 2 men there are not living to whom he more adheres. If it will please you to show us so much gentry and goodwill as to extend your time with us a while, for the simple supply of profit of our hope, your visitation shall receive such thanks as fits a king's remembrance.
Both your majesties might, by the sovereign power you have of us, put your dread pleasures more into command than into entreaty.
We both obey, and here give up ourselves in the full bent to lay our services freely at your feet to be commanded.
Thanks, Rosencran and gentle Guildenstern.
Thanks, Guildenstern and gentle Rosencrantz. And I beseech you instantly to visit my too much changed son. Go, some of you, and bring the gentleman where Hamlet is.
Heavens make our presence and our practices pleasant and helpful to him.
Amen.
The ambassadors from Norway, my good lord, are joyfully returned.
Thou hast still been the father of good news.
Have I, my lord? I assure you, my good liege, I hold my duty as I hold my soul, both to my God, one to my gracious thing, and I do think, or else this brain of mine hunts not the train of policy so sure of I of used to do, that I have found the very cause of Hamlet's lunacy.
Oh, speak of that. That do I long to hear.
Give first admittance to our ambassadors. My news shall be the news to that great feast.
Thyself do grace to them and bring them in. He tells me, my sweet queen, that he has found the head and source of all your son's distemper.
I doubt it is no other than the main, his father's death and our hasty marriage.
Well, we shall sift him. Welcome, good friends. Say, Voltimand, what from our brother Norway?
A most fair return of greetings and desires upon our first descent out to suppress his nephew Levis, which to him appeared to be a preparation against the Pollock. But better looked into, he truly found it was against your highness, whereat grieved that so his sickness, age, and impotence was falsely borne in hand, sends out arrests on Fortinbras, which he in brief obeys, receives rebuke from Norway, and in fine makes vow before his uncle nevermore to give the say of arms against your majesty. Whereon old Norway, overcome with joy, gives him 3,000 crowns in annual fee and his commission to employ those soldiers, so levied as before, against the Pollock, with an entreaty herein further shown, that it might please you to give quiet pass through your dominions for his enterprise, on such regards of safety and allowance as therein are set down.
It likes us well, and at our more considered time we'll read, answer and think upon this business. And meantime, we thank you for your well-looked labour. Go to your rest. At night we'll feast together. Most welcome home.
This business is very well ended, my liege and madam. To expostulate what majesty should be, what duty is, why day is day, night, night, and time is time, we're nothing but to waste night, day, and time. Therefore, since brevity is the soul of wit, and tediousness the limbs and outward flourishes, I will be brief. Your noble son is mad. Mad call I it, for to define true madness, what is but to be nothing else but mad? But let that go.
More matter with less art.
Oh, madam, I swear, I use no art at all, that he is mad. 'Tis true, 'tis true, 'tis pity, and pity it is true. A foolish figure, but farewell it, for I will use no art. Mad, let us grant him then, and now remains that we find out the cause of this effect, or rather the cause of this defect, for this effect defective comes by cause. Thus it remains, and the remainder thus. Perpend, I have a daughter, while she is mine, who in her duty and obedience to me, mark, hath given me this. Now gather and surmise. To the celestial and my soul's idol, the most beautified Ophelia. That's an ill phrase, a vile phrase. Beautified is a vile phrase, but you shall hear. These in her excellent white bosom, these.
Came this from Hamlet to her?
Oh, good madam, stay a while. I will be faithful. Doubt thou the stars are fire, doubt that the sun doth move, doubt truth to be a liar, but never doubt I love. Oh, dear Ophelia, I am ill at these numbers. I have not art to reckon my groans, but that I love thee best. Oh, best believe it. Adieu. Thine evermore. Oh, dear lady, whilst this machine is to him. Hamlet. This, in obedience, hath my daughter showed me, and more above hath his soliciting, as they fell out by time, by means and place, all given to mine ear.
But how has she received his love?
What do you think of him?
As of a man faithful and honourable.
I would fain prove so, but what might you think when I had seen this hot love on the wing as I perceived it? I must tell you that before my daughter told me. What might you, or my dear Majesty, your queen here, think if I had played the desk or table book, or given my heart a winking mute and dumb, or looked upon this love with idle sight? What might you think? No, I went round to work, and my young mistress thus I did bespeak. Lord Hamlet is a prince out of thy star. This must not be. And then I precepts gave her that she should lock herself from his resort, admit no messengers, receive no tokens, which done, she took the fruits of my advice, and he repulsed. A short tale to make. Fell into a sadness, then into a fast, thence to a watch, thence into a weakness, thence to a lightness, and by this declension into the madness whereon he now raves and all we wail for.
Do you think 'tis this?
It may be very likely.
Hath there been a time, I'd fain know that I have positively said 'tis so, when it proved otherwise?
Not that I know.
Take this from this. If this be otherwise, if circumstances lead me, I will find where truth is hid, though it were hid indeed within the centre.
How may we try it further?
You know, sometimes he walks 4 hours together here in the lobby.
So he has indeed.
At such a time, I'll loose my daughter to him. Be you and I behind an arras, then mark the encounter. If he love her not, and be not from his reason fallen thereon, let me be no assistant to a state, but keep a farm and carters.
We will try it.
But look, where sadly the poor wretch comes reading.
Away, I do beseech you, both away. I'll board him presently. Give me leave. How does my good Lord Hamlet?
Well, God of mercy.
Do you know me, my lord?
Excellent. Excellent. Well, you're a fishmonger.
Not I, my lord.
Then I would you were so honest a man.
Honest, my lord?
Aye, sir. To be honest as this world goes is to be one man picked out of 2,000.
That's very true, my lord.
For if the sun bred maggots in a dead bog, being a good kissing carrion, have you a daughter?
I have, my lord.
Let her not walk in the sun. Conception is a blessing, but not as your daughter may conceive. Friend, look to it.
What do you say by that? Still harping on my daughter, yet he knew me not at first. He said I was a fishmonger. He's far gone, far gone. Truly, in my youth, I suffered much extremity for love. Very near this. I'll speak to him again. What do you read, my lord?
Words. Words.
What is the matter, my lord?
Between who?
I mean, the matter you mean, my lord.
Slanders, sir. For the satirical slave says here that old men have grey beards, that their faces are wrinkled, their eyes purging thick, amber or plum tree gum, and that they have a plentiful lack of wit, together with weak hams. All which, sir, though I most powerfully and potently believe, yet I hold it not honesty to have it thus set down. For yourself, sir, should be as old as I am. If like a crab you would go backwards.
Oh, this be madness. Yet, there is method in't. Will you walk out of the air, my lord?
To my grave.
Indeed, that is, out of the air. Pregnant sometimes his replies are. A happiness that often madness hits on so prosperously, which reason and sanity should not so prosperously be delivered of. I will leave him and suddenly contrive the means of meeting between him and my daughter. My honourable lord, I will most humbly take my leave of you.
You cannot, sir, take from me anything that I will more willingly part with all, except my life. My life.
Farewell, my lord. Fare you well, my lord.
These tedious old fools.
You go to seek my lord. You go to seek my lord Hamlet. There he is.
God save you, sir!
My honored lord.
My most dear lord.
My excellent good friends, how dost thou, Guildenstern? Rosencrantz, good lads, how do you both?
As the indifferent child of the earth.
Happy in that we are not over happy. Unfortunately, Cap, we are not at the very bottom.
Nor to the soles of her shoe?
Neither, my lord.
And you live about her waist, or in the middle of her favour?
Faith, her private suite.
In the secret parts of fortune? Oh, most true. She is a strumpet.
None, my lord, but the world's grown honest.
Then is doomsday near, but your news is not true. Let me question more in particular. What have you, my good friends, deserved at the hands of fortune, that she sends you to prison hither?
Prison, my lord.
Denmark's a prison.
Then is the world one?
A goodly one, in which there are many confines, wards, and dungeons, Denmark being one of the worst.
We think not so, my lord.
Well, it is none to you, for there is nothing either good or bad, but thinking makes it so. To me, it is a prison.
Why then your ambition makes it one? 'Tis too narrow for your mind.
Oh God, I could be bounded in a nutshell and count myself a king of infinite space, were it not that I have bad dreams.
Which dreams indeed are ambition, for the very substance of the ambitious is merely the shadow of a dream.
A dream itself is but a shadow.
Truly, and I hold ambition of so airy and light of a quality, but it is that but a shadow's shadow.
Then are our beggars' bodies and our monarchs and outstretched heroes the beggars' shadows? Shall we to the court? By my fay, I cannot reason.
We'll wait upon
We'll wait
you.
upon you.
Matter, I will not sort you with the rest of my servants, for to speak to you like an honest man, I am most dreadfully attended, but in the beaten way of friendship, What make you at Elsinore?
To visit you, my lord, no other occasion.
Beggar that I am. I am even poor in thanks, but I thank you. And shorty friends, my thanks are too dear a halfpenny. Were you not sent for? Is it your own inclining? Is it a free visitation? Come, deal justly with me. Come, Nick, speak.
What should we say, my lord?
Anything, but to the purpose. Were you sent for? And there is a kind confession in your looks which your modesties have not craft enough to colour. No, the good king and queen have sent for you.
To what end, my lord?
That you teach me. But let me conjure you by the rights of our fellowship, by the constancy of our youth, by the obligation of our ever-preserved love. Oh, what more, dear? A better prosperer could charge you withal, be even and direct with me, whether you were sent for or no.
What say you?
Nay, then I have an eye of you. If you love me, hold not off.
My lord, we were sent for.
I will tell you why. So shall my anticipation prevent your discovery of your secrecy to the king and queen. Moult no feather. I have of late, but wherefore I know not, lost all my mirth, forgone all custom of exercise, and indeed it goes so heavenly with my disposition that this goodly frame, the earth, seems to me a sterile promontory. This most excellent canopy, the air. Look you, this brave o'erhanging, this majestical roof, fretted with golden fire, why, it is no other thing to me than a foul and pestilent congregation of vapours. What a piece of work. What? How noble in reason, how infinite in faculty, in form and moving, how express and admirable. In action, how like an angel. In apprehension, how like a god. The beauty of the world, the paragon of animals, and yet to me, what is this quintessence of dust? Man delights not me. Nor was I there. If by your smiling you seem to say so.
My lord, there was no such stuff in my thoughts. Ugh.
Why did you laugh when I said man delights not me?
To think, my lord, if you delight not in man, what Lenten entertainment the players shall receive from you. We coated them on the way, and hither they are coming to offer you service.
He that plays the king shall be welcome. His majesty shall have tribute of me. The adventurous knight shall use his foil and target. The lover shall not sigh gratis. The humorous man shall end his part in peace. The clown shall make those laugh whose lungs are tickled at the seer. And the lady shall say her mind freely, or the blank verse shall fall for it. What players are they?
Even those that you were wont to take delight in, the tragedians of the city.
Aye, their residence both in reputation and profit was better both ways.
I think their inhibition comes by the means of their late innovation.
Do they hold the same estimation they did when I was in the city? Are they so followed?
No, indeed, they are not.
What covers it? Do they grow rusty?
Nay, their endeavours keep in their wonted place, but there is, sir, an air of children, little yeses that cry out on the top of question, and are most tyrannically clapped for. These are now the fashion, and so berattled the common states, so they call them, that many wear rapiers, are afeard of goose quills, and dare not course come thither.
What? Are they children? Who
Mm.
maintains them? Are they escorted? Will they pursue the quality no longer than they can sing? Will they not say afterwards if they should go grow themselves to common players, as is most like if their means are not better? Their writers do them wrong, to make them exclaim against their own succession.
Faith, there have been much ado on both sides, and the nation holds it no sin to tarry them in controversy. There was for a while no money bid for argument unless the poet and the player went to cuffs in the question.
It's possible.
Oh, there has been much throwing about of brains.
Do the boys carry it away?
Aye, that they do, my lord. Hercules and his load too.
It is not strange, for mine uncle is king of Denmark. Those that would make mows at him while my father lived give 20, 40, and 100 ducats apiece for his picture in little. There is something more than natural. If philosophy could find it out.
There are the players.
Gentlemen, you are welcome to Else now. Your hands come. If pertness of welcome is fashion and ceremony, let me comply with you in the garb, lest my extent to the players, which I tell you must show fairly outward, should more appear like entertainment than yours. You are welcome. But my uncle father and my aunt mother are deceived.
In what, my dear lord?
I am but mad north, northwest. When the wind is southerly, I know a hawk from a handsaw.
We'll be with you, gentlemen.
Hark you, Guildenstern, and you too. At each era a hero. That great baby you see there is not yet out of his swathing clouts.
Happily, he's the second time come to them, for they say an old man is twice a child.
I will prophesy. He comes to tell me of the players. Mark it, you say right, sir, for a Monday morning 'twas so indeed.
My lord, I have news to tell you.
My lord, I have news to tell you. When Rossius, an actor in Rome...
the actors are come hither, my lord.
Upon mine honour.
Upon mine honour.
Then can each actor, on his ass...
The best actors in the world, either for tragedy, comedy, history, pastoral, comical, historical, pastoral, tragical, historical, tragical, comical, historical, pastoral, scene, individual, or poem unlimited. Seneca cannot be too heavy, nor Plautus too light, for the law of writ and the liberty. These are the only men.
Oh, Jephthah, judge of Israel, what a treasure hadst thou?
What a treasure had he, my lord?
Why, one fair daughter and no more, the which he loved passing well.
Still on my daughter.
Am I not in the right, O Jephthah?
If you call me Jephthah, my lord, I have a daughter that I love passing well.
Nay, that follows not.
What follows then, my lord?
Why, as by lot. God wot, and then you know it came to pass, as most like it was. The first row of the Pontchanson will show you more. For look, where my abridgments come. You're welcome, masters, welcome all. I am glad to see thee well. Welcome, good friends. My old friend, thy face is valiant since I saw thee last. Comest thou to bid me in Denmark? What, my young lady and mistress? Fair lady, your ladyship is nearer heaven than when I saw you last, by the altitude of a shop-in. Pray God your voice like a piece of uncurrent gold be not cracked within the ring. Masters, you are all welcome. We'll e'en to it like French falconers, fly at anything we see, we'll have a speech straight. Come, give us a taste of your quality, Come, a passionate speech.
What speech, my lord?
I heard you speak me a speech once, but it was never acted, or if it was, not above once. But the play, I remember, pleased not the million. 'Twas caviary to the general, but it was, as I received it, and others, whose judgment in such matters cried at the top of mine, an excellent play. Well digested in the scene, set down with as much modesty as cunning. I remember one said there was no sallets in the lines to make the matter savoury, nor no matter in the phrase that might indict the author of affectation, but called it an honest method. One chief speech in it I chiefly loved. 'Twas Aeneas' tale to Dido, and thereabout of it, especially when he speaks of Priam slaughter. If it live in your memory, begin at this line. Let me see. The rugged Pyrrhus, like the Achaian beast. It's not so. It begins with Pyrrhus. The rugged Pyrrhus, he whose sable arms, black as his purpose, did the night resemble, when he lay couched in the ominous horse, hath now this dread and black complexion smeared with heraldry more dismal head to foot. Now is he take girls horribly tricked with blood of fathers, mothers, daughters, sons, beaten and pasted with the parching streets, that lend a tyrannous and damned light to their vile murthers, roasted in wrath and fire, and thus oversized with coagulate eye, the eyes like carbuncles, the hellish Pyrrhus, old grandsire Priam, seeks.
For God, my lord, well spoken with good accent and good discretion.
Anon, he finds him, striking too short at Greeks. His antic sword, rebellious to his arm, lies where it falls, repugnant to command. Unequal match, Pyrrhus at Priam drives, in rage strikes wide, but with the whiff and wind of his fell sword the unnerved father falls. Then senseless Ilium, seeming to feel his blow, with flaming top stoops to his base, and with a hideous crash takes prisoner Pyrrhus' ear. For lo, his sword, which was declining on the milky head of reverend Priam, seemed in the air to stick. So as a painted tyrant Pyrrhus stood, and like a neutral to his will and matter, did nothing. But as we often see against some storm, a silence in the heavens. The rack stands still, the bold wind speechless, and the orb below as hush as death. Anon the dreadful thunder doth rend the region. So, after Pyrrhus' pause, arouses vengeance, sets him newer work, and never did the Cyclops' hammers fall on Mars his armours, forged for proof etern, with less remorse and Prius. Bleeding sword now falls on Priam. Out, out, thou strumpet fortune, all you gods in general synod, take away her power, break all the spokes and fallies from her wheel, and bowl the round nave down the hill of heaven as low as to the fiends.
This is too long.
Shall to the barbers with your beard. Prithee, say on. He's for a jig, a tale of bawdry, or he sleeps. Say on. Come to Hecuba.
But who, oh, who had seen the ennobled queen?
Oh, that's good. A noble queen's good.
But who, oh, who had seen the ennobled queen run barefoot up and down, threatening the flame with bison rheum, a clout about that head where late the diadem stood, and for a robe about her lank and o'er-toined leans, a blanket in the alarum of fear caught up? Who this had seen, with tongue in venom steeped, 'gainst fortune's state would treason have pronounced? But if the gods themselves did see her then, when she saw Pyrrhus make malicious sport in mincing with his sword her husband's limbs, the instant burst of clamour that she made, unless things mortal moved them not at all, would have made milk the burning eyes of heaven and passion in the gods.
Look, where he's not turned his colour and has tears in his eyes. Pray you no more.
Well, I'll have thee speak out the rest soon. Good my lord, will you see the players well bestowed? Do you hear? Let them be well used, for they are the abstracts and brief chronicles of the time. After your death, you had better have a bad epitaph than their ill report while you lived.
My lord, I will use them according to their desert.
God, man, better! Use every man after his desert, and who should escape whipping. Use them after your own honour and dignity. The less they deserve, the more merit is in your bounty. Take them in.
Come, sirs.
Follow him, friends. I'll hear a play tomorrow. Dost thou hear me, old friend? Can you play the murder of Gonzago?
Aye, my lord.
We'll have that tomorrow night. You could, for a need, study a speech of some 12 or 16 lines, which I would set down and insert it. Could ye not?
Aye, my lord.
Very well. Follow that lord, and look you mock him not. My good friends, I'll leave you till tonight. You are welcome to Elsinore.
Good, my lord.
Aye so. Goodbye. Now I am alone. Oh, what a rogue and peasant slave am I. Is it not monstrous that this player here, but in a fiction, in a dream of passion, could force his soul so to his whole conceit that from her working, all his visage warmed, tears in his eyes, distraction in his aspect, a broken voice, and his whole function suiting with forms to his conceit? And all for nothing, for Hecuba! What's Hecuba to him, or he to Hecuba, that he should weep for her? What would he do, had he the motive and the cue for passion that I have? He would drown the stage with tears and cleave the general ear with horrid speech, make mad the guilty and appall the free, confound the ignorant and amaze indeed the very faculty of eyes and ears. Yet I, a dull and muddy melted rascal, peak like John o' Dreams, unpregnant of my course, can say nothing. Not for a king upon whose property and most dear life a damned defeat was made. Am I a coward? Who calls me villain, breaks my pate across, plucks off my beard and blows it in my face, tweaks me by the nose, gives me the lie of the throat as deep to the lungs? Who does this? Huh? Why I should take it, for it cannot be, but I am pigeon-livered and lack gall to make oppression bitter, or ere this I should have fatted all the region kites with the slaves. Awful, bloody, a bawdy villain, remorseless, treacherous, lecherous, kindless villain! Ah, vengeance! What an ass am I? Sure this is most brave that I, the son of the dear murderer, prompted to my revenge by heaven and hell, must like a whore unpack my heart with words and fall a-cursing like a very drap. A scullion. Fire upon. About my brain, I have heard that guilty creatures sitting at a play have, by the very cunning of the scene, been struck so to the soul that presently they have proclaimed their malefactions. For murder, though it have no tongue, will speak with the most miraculous organ. I'll have these players play something like the murder of my father before mine uncle. I'll observe his looks. I'll rent him to the quick. If he but blench, I know my course. The spirit that I have seen may be the devil, and the devil hath power to assume a pleasing shape. Yea, and perhaps, out of my weakness and my melancholy, as he is very potent with such spirits, the beauty to damn me, I'll have grounds more relative than this. The thing wherein I'll catch the conscience of the king.
And can you by no drift of circumstance get from him why he puts on this confusion, grating so harshly all the days of quiet with turbulent and dangerous lunacy?
He does confess he feels himself distracted, but from what cause he will by no means speak.
Nor do we find him forward to be sounded, but with any crafty madness keeps aloof, when we would bring him on to some confession of his true state.
Did he receive you well?
Most like a gentleman.
But with much forcing of his disposition.
Negative question, but of our demands most freely in his reply.
What, did he essay him to any pastime?
Madam, it so fell out that certain players we brought on the way, of these we told him, and these did seem in him a kind of joy to hear of it. They are great about the court, and, as I think, they have already ordered tonight to play before him.
'Tis most true, and he beseeched me to entreat your majesties to hear and see the matter.
With all my heart, and it does much content me to hear him so inclined. Good gentlemen, give him a further edge, and drive his purpose on to these delights.
We shall, my lord.
Sweet Gertrude, leave us too, for we have closely sent for Hamlet hither, that he, as 'twere by accident, may there affront Ophelia. Her father and myself, lawful Espidals, will so bestow ourselves that seeing unseen, we may of their encounter frankly judge and gather by him as he is behaved, if by the affliction of his love or know that thus he suffers for.
I shall obey you. And for your part, Ophelia, I do wish that your good beauties be the happy cause of Hamlet's wildness. So shall I hope your virtues will bring him to his wonted way again, to both your honours.
Madam, I wish it may.
Ophelia, walk you here. Gracious, so please you, we will bestow ourselves. Read on this book. Show such an exercise may colour your loneliness. We are off to blame in this. 'Tis too much proof that with devotion's visage and pious action, we do surge all the devil himself.
Oh, 'tis true. How smart a lash that speech does give my conscience. The harlot's cheap beauty with plastering art is not more ugly to the thing that helps it than is my deed to the most painted word. Oh, heavy burthen.
I hear him coming. Let's withdraw, my lord.
To be or not to be? That is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles, and by opposing, end them. To die, to sleep no more, and by a sleep to say we end the heartache and the 1,000 natural shocks that flesh is heir to. 'Tis a consummation devoutly to be wished. To die, to sleep, perchance to dream. Aye. There's the rub. In that sleep of death, What dreams may come when we have shuffled off this mortal coil must give us pause. There's the respect that makes calamity of so long a life. Who would bear the whips and scorns of time, the oppressor's wrong, the poor man's contumely, the pangs of disprized love, the law's delay, the insolence of office, and the spurns that patient merit of the unworthy takes when he himself might his quietest make with a bare bodkin? Who would these fardels bear to grunt and sweat under a weary life, but that the dread of something after death, the undiscovered country, from whose bourne no traveller returns, puzzles the will, and makes us rather bear those ills we have, than fly to others that we know not of. Thus conscience does make cowards of us all. And thus the native hue of resolution is sicklied o'er with a pale cast of thought, and enterprises of great pith and moment, with this regard their currents turn away and lose the name of action. Left you now. The fair Ophelia. Nymph, in thy orisons be all my sins remembered.
Good my lord, how does your honour for this many a day?
I humbly thank you. Well.
My lord, I have remembrances of yours that I have long longed to redeliver. I pray you now receive them.
No, I never gave you aught.
My honoured lord, I know right well you did, and with them words of so sweet breath composed as made the things more rich than perfume left. Take these again, for to the noble mind rich gifts wax poor when givers prove unkind. There, my lord.
Are you honest?
My lord.
Are you fair?
What means your lordship?
That if you be honest and fair, your honesty should admit no discourse to your beauty.
Could beauty, my lord, have better commerce than your honesty?
Aye, truly. For the power of beauty will sooner transform honesty from what it is to a bawd than the force of honesty can translate beauty into his likeness. This was sometimes a paradox, but now the time gives it proof. I did love you once.
Indeed, my lord, you made me believe so.
You would not have believed me. The virtue cannot so inoculate our old stock, but we shall relish of it. I loved you not.
I was the more deceived.
Get thee to a nunnery. Why wouldst thou be a breeder of sinners? I am myself indifferent honest, but yet I could accuse me of such things that it were better my mother had not borne me. I am very proud, revengeful, ambitious, and with more offences at my beck than I have thoughts to put them in, imagination to give them shape, or time to act them in. Why should such fellows as I, crawling between heaven and earth, we are arrant knaves all, believe none of us. Go thy ways to a nunnery. Where's your father?
At home, my lord.
Let the doors be shut upon him, that he may play the fool no way but in's own house. Farewell.
Oh, help him, you sweet heavens!
If thou dost marry, I'll give thee this plague for thy dowry. Be thou as chaste as ice, as pure as snow. Thou shalt not escape calumny. Get thee to a nunnery, go! Farewell.
Oh,
or
heavenly
if thou
powers.
marry a fool. The wise men know well enough what monsters you make of them. To a nunnery, go, and quickly too. Farewell. I have heard of your prattlings too well enough. God has given you one pate, and you make yourself another. You gig, you amble, and you lisp and nickname God's creatures and make your wantonness your ignorance. Oh, too, I'll no more on't. It hath made me mad. We will have no more marriages. Those that are married already, all but one, shall live. The rest shall keep as they are. To a nunnery. Go.
Oh, what a noble mind is here o'erthrown! The courtiers, soldiers, scholars, eye, tongue, sword, the expectancy and rose of the fair state, the glass of fashion and the mould of form, the observed of all observers, quite down, have I, of ladies most dejected and wretched, that sucked the honey of his music vows. Now see, that noble and most sovereign reason, like sweet bells jangled out of tune and harsh, that unmatched form and feature of blown youth blasted with ecstasy. Oh, woe is me, to have seen what I have seen. See what I see.
Love, his affections do not that way tend, nor what he spake, though it lacked form a little, was not like madness. There's something in his soul, or which his melancholy sits on brood, and I do doubt the hatch and the disclose will be some danger, which to prevent I have in quick determination thus set it down. He shall with speed to England for the demand of our neglected tribute. Haply the seas and the countries different with variable objects shall expel this something settled matter in his heart, whereupon his brains still beating puts him thus from fashion of himself. What think you want?
It shall do well. But yet I do believe the origin and commencement of this grief sprung from neglected love. How now, Ophelia? You need not tell us what Lord Hamlet said. We heard it all. My lord, do as you please, but if you hold it fit after the play, let his queen mother all alone entreat him to show his griefs. Let her be round with him, and I'll be placed, so please you, in the ear of all their conference. If she find him not, to England send him, or confine him where your wisdom best shall think.
It shall be so. Madness in great ones must not unwatched go.
And lose the name of action.
Speak the speech, I pray you, as I pronounced it to you, trippingly on the tongue. But if you mouth it, as many of your players do, I had as lived the town crier had spoke my lines. Nor do not saw the air too much with your hand thus, but use all gently. For in the very torrent, tempest, and as I say, the whirlwind of passion, you must acquire and beget a temperance that may give it smoothness. Oh, it offends me to the soul to see a robustious, periwig-pated fellow tear a passion to tatters, to very raggers, to split the ears of groundlings who, for the most part, are capable of nothing but inexplicable dumb shows and noise. I could have such a fellow whipped for overdoing a termagant. It out-Herods Herod. Pray you avoid it.
I warrant your honour.
Be not too tame neither, but let your own discretion be your tutor. Look, suit the action to the word to the action, with this special observance, that you overstep not the modesty of nature. For anything so overdone is from the purpose of playing. His end both at the first and now was and is to hold as 'twere the mirror up to nature, to show virtue her own feature, scorn her own image, and the very age and body of the time his form and pressure. Now this overdone, or come tardy off, though it make the unskilful laugh, cannot but make the judicious grieve. The censure of the which one must in your allowance overweigh a whole theatre of others. Oh, there be players that I have seen play and heard others praise, and that highly, not to speak it profanely, that neither having the accent of Christians, nor the gait of Christian, pagan, or Norman, have so strutted and bellowed that I have thought some of nature's journeymen had made men, and not made them well. They imitated humanity so abominably.
I hope we have reformed that indifferently with us, sir.
Oh, reform it altogether, and let those that play your clowns speak no more than is set down for them. For there be of them that will themselves laugh to set on some quantity of barren spectators to laugh too, though in the meantime some necessary question of the play be then to be considered. That's villainous, and shows a most pitiful ambition in the fool that uses it. Go, make yourself ready. How now, my lord? Will the king hear this piece of work?
And the queen too, and that presently.
Did the players make haste? Will you two help to hasten them?
We will, my lord.
We will, my lord.
What ho! Horatio!
Here, sweet lord, at your service.
Horatio, thou art e'en as just a man as e'er my conversation coped withal.
Oh, my dear lord.
Nay, do not think I flatter. For what advancement may I hope from thee that no revenue hast but thy good spirits, to feed and clothe thee? Why should the poor be flattered? No, let the candied tongue, like absurd pomp, and crook the pregnant hinges of the knee, where thrift may follow feigning? Dost thou hear? Since my dear soul was mistress of my choice, and could of men distinguish, her election hath sealed thee for herself. For thou hast been as one in suffering all that suffers nothing, a man that fortune buffets, and reward hath ta'en with equal thanks. And blessed are those whose blood and judgment are so well commingled that they are not a pipe for fortune's finger, to sound what stop she please. Give me that man that is not passion's slave, and I will wear him in my heart's core. Aye, in my heart of heart as I do thee. Something too much of this. There is a play before the king. One scene of it comes near the circumstance which I have told thee of my father's death. I prithee, when thou seest that act afoot, even with the very comment of my soul, observe mine uncle. If his occulted guilt do not itself unkennel in one speech, it is a damned ghost that we have seen, and my imaginations are as foul as Vulcan's scythe. Give him needful note, for I mine eyes will rivet to his face, and after we will both our judgments join of his seeming.
Well, my lord, if he steal aught the whilst this play is playing, escape detecting, I will pay the debt, the theft.
They are coming to the play. I must be idle.
Get you a place.
How fares our cousin Hamlet?
Excellent, faith, of the comedian's dish. I eat the air, promised, crammed. You cannot feed capon so.
I have nothing with this answer, Hamlet. Those words are not mine.
No, mine. Now, my lord, you played once in the university, you say?
That I did, my lord, and was accounted a good actor.
And what did you enact?
I did enact Julius Caesar. I was killed in the Capitol. Brutus killed me.
It was a brute part of him to kill so capital a calf there. Be the players ready?
Aye, my lord. Stay upon your patience.
Come hither, my good Hamlet. Sit by me.
No, Good mother. Here's metal more attractive.
Whoa, do you mark that?
Lady, shall I lie in your lap?
No, my lord.
I mean my head upon your lap.
Aye, my lord.
Do you think I meant country matters?
I think nothing, my lord.
That's a fair thought to lie between a maid's legs.
What is, my lord?
Nothing.
You are merry, my lord.
Who, I?
Aye, my lord.
Oh, God. Your only jig maker, what should a man do but be merry? For look you how cheerfully my mother looks. My father died within 2 hours.
Nay, 'tis twice 2 months, my lord.
So long. Nay, then let the devil wear black, for I'll have a suit of sables. Oh, heavens! Died 2 months ago and not forgotten yet. Then there's hope. A great man's memory may outlive his life half a year. That by Our Lady he must build churches then, or else he shall suffer not thinking on with the hobby horse, whose epitaph is, for oh, the hobby horse is forgot.
Ah, ah, ah.
What means this, my lord?
Harry, this is Mitching Malco. That means mischief.
Belike this show imports the argument of the play.
We shall know by these fellows. The players cannot keep counsel, they'll tell all.
Will they tell us what this show meant?
Aye, or any show that you'll show them. Be you not ashamed to show, he'll not shame to tell you what it means.
You are not, you are not. I'll mark the play.
For us and for our tragedy, here stooping to your clemency, we beg your hearing patient lie.
Is this the prologue or the poesy of a ring?
'Tis brief, my lord.
Woman's love.
That's woman's love.
Full 30 times hath Phoebus' cart gone round, Neptune's salt wash and Tellus' orbed ground, and 30 dozen moons with borrowed sheen about the world have times 12 30s been, since love our hearts, and Hymen did our hands unite commutual in most sacred bands.
So many journeys may the sun and moon make us again count o'er ere love be done. But woe is me, you are so sick of late, so far from cheer and from your former state, that I distrust you. Yet, though I distrust, discomfort you, my lord, it nothing must. For woman's fear and love holds quantity in neither aught or in extremity. Now what my love is, proof hath made you know, and as my love is seized, my fear is so.
Faith, I must leave thee, love, and shortly too. My operant powers my functions leave to do, and thou shalt live in this fair world behind, honoured, beloved, and happily one as kind. For husband shalt thou.
Oh, confound the rest! Such love must needs be treason in my breast. In second husband let me be accursed. None wed the second, but who killed the first.
One word.
The instances that second marriage move are base respects of thrift, but none of love. A second time I kill my husband dead, when second husband kisses me in bed.
I do believe you, think what now you speak, but what we do determine, oft we break. Purpose is but the slave to memory, of violent birth, but poor validity, which now like fruit unripe sticks on the tree, but fall unshaken when they mellow be. For most necessary 'tis that we forget to pay ourselves what to ourselves is debt. What to ourselves in passion we propose, the passion ending doth the purpose lose. The violence of other grief or joy, their own enactors with themselves destroy. Where joy most revels, grief doth most lament. Grief joys, joy grieves on slender accident. This world is not for aye, not 'tis not strange that even our loves should with our fortunes change. But 'tis a question left us yet to prove whether love lead fortune or else fortune love. The great man down, you mark his favourites flies. The poor advance makes friends of enemies. And hitherto doth love on fortune tend. For who not needs shall never lack a friend. And who in want a hollow friend doth try, directly seasons him his enemy. But orderly to end where I begun, our wills and fates do so contrary run, that our devices still are overthrown. Our thoughts are ours, their ends none of our own. So think thou wilt no second husband wed, but die thy thoughts when thy first lord is dead.
Nor earth to give me food, nor heaven light, sport and repose lock from me day and night. Each opposite that blanks the face of joy, meet what I would have well, and it destroy. Both here and hence pursue me lasting strife, if once a widow, ever I be wife.
If she should break it now.
'Tis deeply sworn. Sweet, leave me here a while. My spirits grow dull, and fain I would beguile the tedious day with sleep.
Sleep rock thy brain, and never come mischance between us twain.
Madam, how like you this play?
The lady protests too much, methinks.
Oh, but she'll keep her word.
Have you heard the argument? Is there no offence in it?
No, they do but jest. Poison in jest, no offence in the world.
What do you call the play?
Mousetrap. Marry, how? Tropically, this play is the image of a murder done in Vienna. Gonzago is the Duke's name, his wife Baptista. You shall see anon. 'Tis a knavish piece of work. But what of that, your majesty? And we'll have free souls, it touches us not. Let the gold jade winch, our withers are unwrung. This one is one Lucianus, nephew to the king.
You are a good chorus, my lord.
I could interpret between you and your love if I could see the puppets dallying.
You are keen, my lord, you are keen.
It would cost you a groaning to take off my edge.
Still better and worse.
So you must take husbands. Begin, murderer! Pox, leave thy damnable faces and begin. Come! The croaking raven doth bellow for revenge.
Thoughts black, hands apt, drugs fit, and time agreeing, confederate season, else no creature seeing, thou mixture rank of midnight weeds collected, with Hecate's band thrice blasted, thrice infected, thy natural magic and dire property on wholesome life usurp immediately. 1, 2, 3.
He poisoned in the garden for his estate. His name's Gonzago. The story is extant and writ in choice Italian. You shall see anon how the murderer gets the love of Gonzago's wife.
The king rises.
Frighted with false fire.
How fares you, my lord?
Give all the play. Give me some light. Away!
Lights!
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 Lights! Lights!
Aye. Let the strucken deer go weep, heart and gall-led play. The some must watch while some must sleep, so runs the world away. Would this not, sir, and a forest of feathers if the rest of my fortunes turn Turk with me, with 2 provincial roses on my lace shoe, get me a fellowship in a cry of players, sir?
Half a share.
A whole one, I. For thou dost know, old Damon dear, this realm dismantled was of Jove himself, and now reigns here a very, very peacock.
You might have rhymed.
Oh, good, Horatio. I'll take the ghost's word for £1,000. Didst perceive,
Very well, my lord.
upon the talk of the poisoning?
I did very well note him.
Ah! Some music. Come, the recorders. For the king like not the comedy. Why, come, some music.
Good my lord, vouchsafe me a word with you.
Sir, a whole history.
The king, sir.
Aye, sir. What of him?
Is in his retirement, marvellous distempered.
With drink, sir?
No, my lord, rather with choler.
Your wisdom should show itself more richer to signify this to his doctor. For me to put him into his purgation would perhaps plunge him into far more choler.
Good my lord, put your discourse into some frame, and start not so wildly from my affair.
I am tame, sir. Pronounce.
The queen, your mother, in most great affliction of spirit, hath sent me to you.
You are welcome.
Nay, good my lord, this courtesy is not of the right breed. If it shall please you to make me a wholesome answer, I will do your mother's commandment. If not, your pardon, and my return shall be the end of my business.
Sir, I cannot.
What, my lord?
Make you a wholesome answer. My wit's deceased. But, sir, such answers as I can make you shall command. Or rather, you say, my mother. Therefore, no more but to the matter. My mother, you say?
Then thus she says, your behaviour hath struck her into amazement and admiration.
Oh, wonderful son that can so astonish a mother. But is there no equal at the heels of this mother's admiration?
She desires to speak with you in her closet ere you go to bed.
We shall obey. Were she 10 times our mother. Any further trade with us?
My lord, you once did love me.
So I do still by these pickers and stealers.
Good my lord, what is the cause of your distemper? You do freely bear the door of your own liberty if you deny your griefs to your friend.
I lack advancement.
How can that be? When you have the voice of the king himself for your succession in Denmark.
Aye, but while the grass grows, the proverb is something musty. Oh, a recorder. Let me see. To withdraw with you, why do you go about to recover the wind of me as if you would drive me into a toil?
Oh, my lord, if my duty be too bold, my love is too unmannerly.
I do not well understand that. You play upon this pipe?
My lord, I cannot.
I pray you.
Believe me, I cannot.
I do beseech you.
I know no touch of it, my lord.
This is the easiest line. Govern these ventages with your fingers and thumb. Give a breath with your mouth. And it will most discourse most excellent music. Look you. These are the stops.
But these cannot I command to any utterance of harmony. I have not the skill.
Look you now. How unworthy a thing you make of me. Would you play upon me? Would you seem to know my stops? Would you pluck out the heart of my mystery? Would you sound me from my lowest note to the top of my compass? And there is much music, excellent voice in this little organ, yet cannot you make it? Why do you think? That I am easier to be played on than a pipe? Call me what instrument you will, though you can fret me, you cannot play upon me. God bless you, sir.
My lord, the Queen would speak with you and presently.
You see that cloud? It's almost in shape like a camel.
By the mass, and it's like a camel indeed.
Now methinks it is like a weasel.
It's backed like a weasel.
Like a whale?
Very like a whale.
Then will I come to my mother by and by. They fool me to the top of... I will come by and by.
I will say so.
By and by is easily said. Leave me, friends. 'Tis now the very witching time of night, when churchyards yawn and hell itself breathes out contagion to this world. Now could I drink hot blood and do such bitter business as the day would quake to look on. Soft now. To my mother. O heart, lose not thy nature. Let not ever the soul of Nero enter this firm bosom. Let me be cruel, not unnatural. I will speak daggers to her, but use none. My tongue and soul in this be hypocrites. How in my words soever she be shent, to give them seals, never my soul consent.
I like him not, nor stands it safe with us to let his madness range. Therefore, prepare you. I, with your commission, will forthwith dispatch, and he to England shall along with you. The terms of our estate may not endure a hazard so dangerous as does hourly grow out of his lunacies.
we will ourselves provide most holy and religious purities to keep those many, many bodies safe that live and feed upon your majesty.
The single and plecular life is bound with all the strength and armour that's of the mind to keep itself from annoyance, but much more that spirit upon whose spirit depends and rests the lives of many. The cease of majesty dies not alone, but like a gulf doth draw what's near it with it. It is a massive wheel fixed on the summit of a highest mountain, to whose huge spokes 10,000 lesser things are mortised and adjointed, which when it falls, each small accident, petty consequent, attends the boisterous ruin. Never alone did the king sigh, but with a general groan.
Arm you, I pray you on this speedy voyage, for we will fetters put upon this fear, which now goes too free-footed.
We will haste us.
We will haste us.
My lord, he's going to his mother's closet behind the arras. I'll convey myself to hear the process. I'll warrant she'll tax him home, and as you said, and wisely was it said, 'tis meet that some more audience than a mother, since nature makes them partial, should o'erhear the speech at vantage. Fare you well, my liege. I'll call upon you ere you go to bed and tell you what I know.
Thanks, dear my lord. Oh, my offence is rank. It smells to heaven. It hath the primal elders cursed upon it, a brother's murder. Pray can I not, though inclination be as sharp as will. My stronger guilt defeats my strong intent. And like a man to double business bound, I stand in pause where I shall first begin, and both neglect. What if this cursed hand were thicker than itself with brother's blood? Is there not rain enough in sweet heavens to wash it white as snow? Whereto serves mercy but to confront the visage of offence? And what's in prayer but this twofold force to be a forestalled ere we come to fall, or pardon being down? Then I look up, my fault is past, but oh, what form of prayer can serve my turn? Forgive me my foul murder? That cannot be so, since I am still possessed of those effects for which I did the murder. My crown, mine own ambition, and my queen. May one be pardoned and retain the offence? In the corrupt currents of this world, offence's gilded hand may shove by justice, and oft 'tis seen the wicked prize itself buys out the law. But 'tis not so above. There is no shuffling. There the action lies in his true nature, and we ourselves compelled even to the teeth and forehead of our faults to give it evidence. Or what then? What rests? Try what repentance can. What can it not? Yet what can it when one cannot repent? Oh, wretched state! Oh, bosom black as death! Oh, limed soul that's struggling to be free art more engaged! Help, angels! Make essay! Bow, stubborn knees, and heart with strings of steel, be soft as sinews of the newborn babe. All may be well.
Now might I do it, Pat? Now he is praying? And now I'll do it, and so he goes to heaven. And so I am revenged. That will be scanned. A villain kills my father, and for that I, his foul son, do the same villain send to heaven. This is hire and salary, not revenge. He took my father grossly, full of bread, with all his crimes broad blown as fresh as May. And how his audit stands, who knows, save heaven? But in our circumstance and course of thought, 'tis heavy with him. Am I then revenged, to take him in the purging of his soul when he is fit and seasoned for his passage? No. Up sword. Know thou more horrid hint, when he is drunk asleep, or in his rage, or in the incestuous pleasure of his bed, at gaming, swearing, or about some act that has no relish of salutation in, to then trip him, that this, his heels may kick at heaven, and that his soul may be as damned and black as hell whereto it goes. My mother stays. This physic but prolongs thy sickly days.
My words fly up, my thoughts remain below. Words without thoughts never to heaven go.
He will come straight. Look you, lay home to him. Tell him his pranks have been too broad to bear with, and that your grace hath screened and stood between much heat and him. I'll silence me in here. I pray you, be round with him.
Mother! Mother!
Fear me not. Withdraw, I hear him coming.
Now, mother. What's the matter?
Hamlet, thou hast thy father much offended.
Mother, you have my father much offended.
Come, you answer with an idle tongue.
Go you question with an idle tongue.
Why, how now, Hamlet?
The matter now.
Have you forgot me?
Oh, either rude not so. You are the queen, your husband's brother's wife. But would you were not so? You are my mother.
Nay, then I'll set those to you that can speak.
Well, come, sit you down. You shall not budge. You go not till I set you up a glass where you may see the inmost part of you.
Wait, what wilt thou do? Oh, wilt thou murder me? Help! Help! Help!
Help, 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 help!
Oh, a rat? Dead for a ducat. Dead!
I am slain!
Oh, Mary, what hast thou done?
Nay, I know not. The king.
Oh, what a rash and bloody deed is this?
A bloody deed, almost as bad, good mother, as kill a king and marry with his people.
As kill a king?
Aye, lady, 'twas my word. Thou wretched, rash, intruding fool, farewell. I took thee for thy betters. Take thy fortune, thou find'st to be too busy is some danger. Leave wringing of your hands. Peace, sit you down. Let me wring your heart. For so I shall, if it be made of penetrable stuff. If damned custom have not brazed it so, that is proof and bullock against sense.
What have I done? That thou darest wag thy tongue in noise so rude against me?
Such an act that blurs the grace and blush of modesty, calls virtue hypocrite, takes off the rose from the fair forehead of an innocent love and makes a blister there, makes marriage vows as false as dicer's oaths. Oh, such a deed, as from the body of contraction plucks the very soul, and sweet religion makes a rhapsody of words. Heaven's face doth glow, yea, this solidarity in compound mass with tristful visage as against the doom is thought sick at the act.
Ay me, what act that roars so loud and thunder in the index?
Look you upon this picture and on this. The counterfeit presentment of two brothers. See what a grace was seated on his brow. Hyperion's curls, the font of Jove himself, An eye like Mars to threaten or command, a station like the herald Mercury, new lighted on a heaven-kissing hill. Combination and a form indeed, where every god did seem to set his seal, to give the world assurance of a man. This was your husband. Look, you know what follows. This is your husband, like a mildewed ear, blasting his wholesome breath. Have you eyes? Did you on this fair mountain live to feed and batten on this moor? Have you eyes? You cannot call it love, for at your age the heyday and the blood is tame. It's humble and waits upon the judgment. And what judgment would step from this to this? What devil was't that thus hath cozened you at Hoodman blind? Oh, shame! Where is thy blush? Belly as hell, if thou canst minute in a matron's bone to flaming youth, let virtue be as wax and melt in her own fire. Proclaim no shame when the compulsive ardour gives the charge, since frost itself as actively doth burn as reason and as will.
Hamlet, speak no more. Thou turns mine eyes into my very soul, and there I see such black and graded spots as will not leave their taint.
Nay, but to live in the rank sweat of an enseamed bed, stewed in corruption, honeying and making love over the nasty sty.
Speak to me no more. These words like daggers are to mine ears. No more, sweet Hamlet.
A murderer and a villain, a slave that is not 20th part the tithe of your president lord, a vice of kings, a cutpurse of the empire, and the rule that from a shelf the precious diadem stole and put it in his pocket.
No more.
A crane of sheds and patches, save me, and hover over me with your wings, you heavenly gods. What would your gracious figure?
Alas, he's mad.
Do you not come, your tardy son, to chide that lapsed in time and passion? Let's go by the important acting of your dread command. Oh, say!
Do not forget this visitation is but to whet thy almost blunted purpose.
Amazement on thy mother sits. Oh, step between her and her fighting soul. Conceit in weakest bodies, strongest works. Speak to her, Hamlet.
How is it with you, lady?
Alas, how is't with you? That you bend your eye on vacancy, and with their corporal air do hold discourse. For at your eyes your spirits widely peep, and as their sleeping soldiers in the alarm, your bedded hair, like life of excrement, to stand up and stand on end. O gentle son, upon my heart and flame of thy distemper sprinkle cool patience. Whereon do you look?
On him? On him, look you how pale he glares. His form and cause conjoined preaching to stones would make them capable. Do not look on me, lest with this piteous action you convert my sterner.
Then what I have to do will want true colour, tears perchance for blood.
To whom do you speak this?
Do you see nothing there?
Nothing at all. Yet all that is I see.
Nor did you nothing hear?
No, nothing but ourselves.
Why, look.
How it steals away. My father in his habit as he lived. Look where he goes now, out at the portal.
This is the very coinage of your brain. This boldness, creation, ecstasy is very cunning in.
Ecstasy! My pulse, as yours doth temperately keep time and makes us healthful music. It is not madness that I have uttered. Bring me to the test, and I the matter will reword, which madness would gamble from. Mother, for love of grace, lay not a flattering unction to your soul, that not your trespass, but my madness speaks. It will but skin and film the ulcerous place, whilst rank corruption mining all with all. Infects unseen. Confess yourself to heaven. Repent what's past, avoid what is to come, and do not spread the compost on the weeds to make them rank. Forgive me this, my virtue, for in the fatness of this pursy times, virtue itself of vice must pardon beg. Yea, curb and woe, and leave to do him good.
Oh, Hamlet, thou hast cleft my heart in twain.
Throw away the worser half of it, and live the purer with the other half. Good night. But go not to my uncle's bed. Assume a virtue. If you have it not, refrain tonight, and that shall lend a kind of easiness to the next abstinence. Once more, good night. And when you are desirous to be blessed, our blessing beg of you. For this same Lord I do repent, but heaven hath pleased it so to punish me with this, and this with me, that I must there scourge and minister. I will bestow him, and will answer well the death I gave him. So again, good night. I must be cruel, only to be kind. Thus bad begins, and worst remains behind.
What should I do?
Not this by no means that I bid you do. Let the blunt king tempt you again to bed. Pinch wanton on your cheek, call you his mouse, and let him for a pair of reachy kisses or paddling in your neck with his damned fingers make you to rabble all this matter out. That I essentially am not in madness, but made in craft. 'Twere good you let him know for who that's but a queen, fair, sober, wise, would from a paddock, from a bat, a gib, such dear concernings hide. Who would do so? No, in despite of sense and secrecy, unpeg the basket on the house's top, let the birds fly, and like the famous ape tried to conclusions in the basket, creep and break your own neck down.
Be thou assured, if words be made of breath and breath of life, I have no life to breathe what thou hast said to me.
I must to England. You know that.
Like I had forgot. 'Tis so concluded on.
This man shall set me packing. I'll lug the guts into the neighbour room. Mother, good night. Indeed, this counsellor is now most still, most secret, and most grave. He was, in life, a foolish, prattling knave. Come, sir. A draw towards an end with you. Good night, mother.
There's matter in these sighs, these profound heaves. You must translate. 'Tis fit we understand them. Where's your son?
My good lord, what have I seen tonight?
What, Gertrude? How did Hamlet?
Mad as the seas and wind when both contend which is the mightier. In his lawless fit, behind the arrow hearing something stir, he whips out his rapier and cries, "A rat! A rat!" And in his brandished pretensions kills the unseen good old man.
Oh, heavy deed. It has been so with us had we been there. His liberty is full of threats to all, to you, yourself, to us, to everyone. Alas, how shall his bloody deed be answered? It will be laid to us, whose providence should have kept short, restrained, and out of haunt this mad young man. But so much was our love, we would not understand what was most fit, but like the owner of a foul disease, to keep it from divulging, lets it feed, even on the pith of life. Where is he gone?
To draw apart the body that he's killed, or whom his very madness, like some ore among the minerals of metal base, shows itself pure. He weeps for what he's done.
Oh, Gertrude, come away. The sun no sooner shall the mountains touch, but we will ship him hence. And this vile deed we must with all our majesty and skill both countenance and excuse. Oh, Guildenstern, friends, both go join with us in with some further aid. Hamlet in madness hath Polonius slain, and from his mother closets has he dragged him. Go, seek him out, speak fair, and bring the body into the chapel. I pray you hasten this. Come, Gertrude, we'll call up our wisest friends to let them know both what we mean to do and what's untimely done. Oh, come away. My soul is full of discord and dismay.
Well, discord and dismay in one area, but wow, Hamlet is definitely rocking and rolling. So here we go. We have our second interval after a long middle section. Thank you, all of you still with us, and to all those backstage who are well and truly keeping it together. Well done, everybody. So 5 minutes to breathe, all of you. And to the cast member who just delightedly in the in the chat went, oh great, you know, I can nip to the bathroom. It's like, yeah, I don't get to move out of this chair, not till you lot are finished. So just think on the poor book holder. Anyway, that's more than everybody out there needs to know. So my interval chat for the next 5 minutes is mostly going to be housekeeping, for which I apologize, but we've had to do a little more reshuffling with our dates and things, and I wanted to sort of try and get everything straight in one go. So there will not, unfortunately, be a live performance of Scenes next Sunday, as was promised, for which we are sincerely regretful. It is basically down to the fact that the theatre industry is very much up and back and running, and it is requiring our company to be out there in the three-dimensional world rather than the on-screen world. But instead of live scenes, we will be repeating some of our some from our gallery. And we invite you, our wonderful patrons and audience member, if you would like, either in the YouTube feed or to send us a message, please pick a number. I think somewhere between about 1 and 45. And we've done a few numbers already, but there are plenty still to go. So if you would all like to send us a number, then I will get Valentina to run the ones that are chosen. And we thank you for your forbearance, and again ask you to forgive us. It's one of the things I've said a few times is, you know, I am so blessed with really great and wonderful people to work with in this company. The problem with working with really good people is that everybody else knows that they're really good too. So they tend to get drawn out into the world. So the plan, however, fear ye not, 3 weeks from now, because again, we had to interrupt our schedule earlier in September. So 3 weeks from today, on October the 16th, we're going to do our next full play, which I guarantee you is going to happen. And it's Othello. It's the last of the big tragedies that we haven't done. So again, if you've been with us, well, I don't know, even part of this year, you'll know that we are working through this year all the canon plays that we have not yet previously done during lockdown. We've done all the tragedies. We've done pretty much all the comedies. We've done all the histories. I'm saying the wrong word now. I'm getting tragical, comical, historical, pastoral going on here. Anyway, so Romeo and Juliet, which was August's play, Hamlet this month, and then next month Othello, and that is the end of the great tragedies, and we will have done them all. So that will be October the 16th at our regular time, 3 p.m, which I think will be it'll be GMT then, not summertime. Then All's Well That Ends Well, which is the last of the, I don't know if you call it a comedy, a problem play, I'm not really entirely sure what All's Well is, but that has had to also move a week, we apologize. So All's Well will be on 20th of November. So Othello on the 16th of October, hopefully scenes in the meantime. We'll get some out if we can. All's Well on the 20th of November. And then this year's season closes with The Tempest on the 11th of December. And that will be the end of the great canon plays as done by us from Hughes only on Zoom. There are, again, some of you have probably heard me say this before, and I apologize if I repeat myself, but there are certain things that are almost invariably said to us when we tell people about this technique that we do. That if people actually manage to believe either that we do it and or that it works, the general response is, oh yes, well, you could do that for a comedy because then it wouldn't matter if you made a mistake. You couldn't do a history or a tragedy. Well, we've done all the histories. We've done almost all the tragedies. You know, it is possible. It's perfectly possible. Yes, it's hard work and it's challenging and occasionally things go wrong. But somehow the play still moves forward and it happens. That's it. That's my point. You know, it still works. And don't think that we will be going and departing come December, because having said to people we're going to complete the canon, I immediately had, oh, are you doing the other three that aren't quite in the canon? I'm like, yes, come next year, we will do Two Noble Kinsmen, Sir Thomas More, and Edward III. They're going to happen, I promise you. Because again, we have got a point to prove that this is indeed a technique that could have worked because it can work. So that's where, and then again, we aren't going to stop then either. So for the rest of next year, we will continue playing online, hopefully continuing in this 4-weekly cycle, and we will interleave Shakespeare plays with and contemporaries plays. So there will be some Marlowe, some Middleton, some Fletcher, some Dekker, some this and that and the other. Yeah. All kinds of things are going to happen. So watch this space. Stick with us. We ain't going nowhere. We're pushing brand new boundaries. That's what's going to happen next. Brand new boundaries. As far as I know, almost no other modern company will have done as much in a Cubase form as we have. Again, if you know differently, if anybody out there knows differently, please let me know, because I sincerely do want to know. But as far as I can find out, that is the truth as it stands. Right. Returning to fictional Denmark, we are going to embrace the last chunk of this play, which I hope will be will run through in about an hour. So because the cast are doing an amazing job of keeping up the pace. So we left off at quite an interesting point. So the play staged by the players has indeed achieved what Hamlet was hoping for. He has pricked an evidence of guilt from Claudius. And in fact, if he but knew it, he has got Claudius really in touch with his own guilt. But in the interview with Gertrude, with his mother, he has now mistakenly killed Polonius, and the death of Polonius is now going to start the final cascade of events that lead to the conclusion of this story. So those of you who are in the next scene, Hamlet, Rosencrantz, Guildenstern, for starters, can you pop your mics out and tell me that you're ready?
Yes.
Awesome.
Aye.
So let's keep the flow going. Let us roll through this story. And as soon as I'm gone, the stage is yours.
Safely stowed.
Hamlet! Lord Hamlet!
Lord Hamlet!
Guys! Who calls on Hamlet? Oh. Here they come.
What have you done, my lord, with the dead body?
Compounded it with dust. Where to its kin?
Tell us where it is, that we may take it thence and bear it to the chapel.
Do not believe it.
Believe what?
That I can keep your counsel and not mine own. Besides, to be demanded of a sponge, what replication should be made by the son of a king?
Take you me for a sponge, my lord?
Aye, sir. that soaks up the king's countenance, his rewards, his authorities, but such officers do the king best service in the end. He keeps them like an ape in the corner of his jaw, first mouthed to be the last swallowed when he needs what you have gleaned. It is but squeezing you, and sponge, you shall be dry again.
I understand you not, my lord.
I am glad of it. And knavish speech sleeps in a foolish care.
My lord.
In a foolish...
You must tell us where the body is, and go with us to the king.
The body is with the king, but the king is not with the body. The king is a thing.
A thing, my lord.
Of nothing. Bring me to him. Hide, fox, and all after.
I have sent to seek him and to find the body. How dangerous it is that this man goes loose. Yet must we not put a strong law on him? He's loved of the distracted multitude, who light not in their judgment but their eyes. And where 'tis so, the offender's scourge is weighed but nearer the offence. To bear all smooth and even, this today in sending him away must seem deliberate pause. Diseases desperate grown by desperate appliances are relieved, or not at all. How now? What has befallen?
Where the dead body is bestowed, my lord. We cannot get it from him.
But where is he?
Without my lord guarded, know your pleasure.
Bring him before us.
Oh, Guildenstern! Bring in my lord!
Now, Hamlet. Hamlet, where's Polonius?
At supper.
At supper? Where?
Not where he eats, but where he is eaten. A certain convocation of worms are near at him. Your worm is your only emperor for diet.
What dost thou mean by this?
Nothing but to show you how a king may go a progress through the guts of a beggar.
Where is Polonius?
In heaven. Send thither to see. If your messenger find him not there, seek him in the other place yourself. But indeed, if you find him not this moneth, you shall nose him as you go up the stairs into the lobby.
Go seek him there.
He will stay till ye come.
Hamlet, this deed of thine, for thine especial safety, which we do tender, as we daily grieve for that which thou hast done, must send thee hence with fiery quickness. Therefore, prepare thyself. The bark is ready, and the wind at help, the associates tend, and everything at bent for England.
For England?
Aye, Hamlet.
Good.
So it is, if thou knewst our purpose.
I see a cherub that sees him, but come, for England. Farewell, dear mother.
Thy loving father, Hamlet.
My mother. Father and mother is man and wife. Man and wife is one flesh, and so my mother. Come. For England.
Follow him at foot. Tempt him with speed aboard. Delay it not. I'll have him hence tonight, away, for everything is sealed and done, that else leans on the affair. Pray you make haste. And England, if my love thou holds at aught, as my great power thereof may give thee sense, since yet thy cicatrice looks raw and red after the Danish sword, and thy free oar pays homage to us, thou mayst not coldly set our sovereign process, which imports at full, by letters conjuring to that effect, the present death of Hamlet. Do it, England, for like the Hecate in my blood he rages, and thou must cure me, till I know 'tis done, and ere my haps, my joys were ne'er begun.
Go, captain. From me greet the Danish king. Tell him that by his license, Fortinbras claims the conveyance of a promised march over his kingdom. You know the rendezvous. If that his majesty would out with us, we shall express our duty in his eye, and let him know so.
I will do it, my lord.
Go, safely on.
I will not speak with her.
She is importunate, indeed distract. Her mood will needs be pitied.
What would she have?
She speaks much of her father, says she hears there's tricks of the world and hems and beats her heart, spurns enviously at straws, speaks things in doubt that carry but half sense. Her speech is nothing, yet the unshaped use of it doth move the hearers to collection. They aim at it and botch the words up to fit to their own thoughts, which, as her winks and nods and gestures yield them, indeed would make one think there would be thought, though nothing sure, yet much unhappily.
'Twere good she were spoken with, for she may strew dangerous conjectures in ill-breeding minds. Let her come in. To my sick soul, as sin true nature is, each toy seems prologue, oh, to such great amiss. So full of artless, joyless his guilt, it spills itself in fearing to be spilt.
Where is the beauteous majesty of Denmark?
How now, Ophelia?
How should I your true love know from another one? By his cockle hat and staff and his sandals shone.
La sweet lady, what imports this song?
There you. Nay, pray you mark. He is dead and gone, lady, he is dead and gone. At his head a grass-green turf, at his heels a stone.
Nay, but Ophelia.
Pray you, mark. White his shroud as the mountain snow.
Alas,
Lauded,
look here, my lord.
Sweet flowers, which be wet to the grave, did not go with true love showers.
How do you, pretty lady?
Oh, well, God dild you. They say the owl was a baker's daughter. Lord, we know what we are, but know not what we may be. God be at your table.
Conceit upon her father.
Pray you, let's have no words of this. But when they ask you what it means, say you this. Tomorrow is St. Valentine's Day, all in the morning betime, and I am made at your window to be your Valentine. Then up he rose and donned his clothes and ducked the chamber door. Let in the maid that out a maid never departed more.
Pretty Ophelia.
Indeed, la, without an oath I'll make an end on't. By gis and bice and charity, alack and fie for shame. Young men will do it if they come to it, by cock they are to blame. Quoth she, before you tumbled me, you promised me to wed. So would I had done by yonder sun, and thou hadst not come to my bed.
How long has she been this?
I hope all will be well. We must be patient. But I cannot choose but weep to think they should lay him in the cold ground. My brother shall know of it, and so I thank you for your good counsel. Come, my coach. Good night, ladies. Good night, sweet ladies. Good night. Good night.
Follow her close. Give her good watch, I pray you. Oh, this is the poison of deep grief. It springs all from her father's death. Oh, Gertrude, Gertrude, when sorrows come, they come not single spies, but in battalions. First her father slain, next your son gone, and he most vile and author of his own just remove. The people muddied, thick and unwholesome in their thoughts and whispers for good Polonius's death, and we have done but greenly in hugger-mugger to inter him. Poor Ophelia, divorced from herself and her fair judgment. Without the which we are but pictures or mere beasts. Last, and as much containing all of these, her brother is in secret come from France, keeps on his wander, keeps himself in clouds, and wants not buzzers to infect his ear with pestilent speeches of his father's death, where in necessity of matter beggared, will nothing stick our persons to arrogate in ear and ear. Oh, my dear Gertrude, this, like to a murdering piece in many places, gives me superfluous death.
Laertes
Laertes for king! Laertes for king!
How cheerfully on the false trail they cry. Oh, this is counter, you false Danish dogs.
Black, what noise is this?
Laertes is king! Laertes!
Where are my Switzers? Let them guard the door. What is the matter?
Save yourself, my lord. The ocean, overpeering of his list, eats not the flats with more impiteous haste than young Laertes. In a riotous head o'erbears your officers. The rabble call him lord, and as the world were now but to begin, and took antiquity forgot, custom not known, the ratifiers and props of every word, they cry, choose we? Laertes shall be king. Caps, hands, and tongues applaud it to the clouds. Laertes shall be king. Laertes, king.
How cheerfully on the false trail they cry. Oh, this counter, you false Danish dogs.
The doors are broke.
Where is the king, sirs? Stand you all without.
No, let us come in.
I pray you give me leave.
We
will.
I thank you. Keep the door. Oh, thou wild king, give me my father.
Calmly, good Laertes.
Oh, the drop of blood that calms proclaims me bastard. Thrice cuckold to my father, and brands a hamlet even here, between the chaste unsmirched brow of my true mother.
What is the cause, Laertes, that thy rebellion looks so giant-like? Let him go, Gertrude. Do not fear our person. There's such divinity as hedge a king, that treason can but peep to what it would, acts little of his will. Tell me, Laertes, why thou art thus incensed? Let him go, Gertrude. Speak, man.
Where is my father?
Dead.
But not by him.
Let him demand his fill.
How came he dead? I'll not be juggled with. To hell allegiance, vows to the blackest devil, conscience and grace to the profoundest fate. I dare damnation. To this point I stand, that both the worlds I give to negligence, let come what comes, only I'll be revenged most thoroughly for my father.
Who shall stay you?
My will, not all the world. And for my means, I'll husband them so well, they shall go far with little.
Good Laertes. If you desire to know the certainty of your dear father's death, if writ in your revenge that soup stake you will draw both friend and foe, winner and loser.
None but his enemies.
Will you know them then?
To his good friends. Thus wide I'll open mine arms, and like the kind life-rendering politician, repulse them with my blood.
Why now you speak like a good child and a true gentleman. That I am guiltless of your father's death, and most sensible in grief for it, it shall level to your judgment, peers, as day does to your eye.
Let her come in.
Let her come in.
Let
her come in.
Let her come in.
What noise was that? Oh, heat, dry up my brains. Tears 7 times salt, burn out the sense and virtue of mine eye. By heaven, thy madness shall be paid by weight, till our scale turns the beam. Oh, Rose of May, dear maid, kind sister, sweet Ophelia. Oh, heavens, is possible a young maid's wit should be as mortal as an old man's life? Nature is fine to love, and when it is fine, it sends some precious instance of itself after the thing it loves.
They bore him barefaced on the bier, hey non nonny, nonny hey nonny. and on his grave rains many a tear. Fare you well, my dove.
Hast thou thy wits, and did persuade's revenge? He could not have moved us.
You must sing down a down, and you call him a downer. Oh, how the wheel becomes it! It is the false steward that stole his master's daughter.
It's nothing's more than mutter.
There's rosemary. That's for remembrance. Pray, love, remember. Oh, and there's pansies. That's for thoughts.
A document in madness. Thoughts and remembrance fitted.
There's fennel for you. And columbines. And that's rue for you. Ah, and here's some for me. We may call it herb grace a Sundays. Oh, you must wear your rue with a difference. There's a daisy. I would give you some violets, but they withered all when my father died. They say he made a good end. For bonny sweet Robin is all my joy.
Thought and affliction, passion, hell itself, she turns to favour and to prettiness.
And will he not come again? And will he not come again? No, no, he is dead. Go to thy deathbed, he never will come again. His beard is white as snow, all flaxen was his poll. He is gone, he is gone. And we cast away moan, gram mercy on his soul. And of all Christian souls, I pray God. Goodbye ye.
Do you see this? You gods!
Laertes, I must come in with your grief, or you deny me right. Go but apart. Make choice of whom your wisest friends, and you will, and they shall hear and judge twixt you and me. If by direct or by collateral hand they find us touched, we will our kingdom give, our crown, our life, and all that we call ours to you in satisfaction. But if not, be you content to lend your patience to us, and we shall jointly labour with your soul to give it due content.
Let this be so. His means of death, his obscure burial, no trophy, sword, nor hatchment o'er his bones, no noble right, no formal ostentation, cry to be heard, as 'twere from heaven to earth. That I must call in question.
So you shall. And where the offence is, let the great axe fall. I pray you, go with me.
What are they that would speak with me?
Sailors, sir. They say they have letters for you.
Let them come in. I do not know from what part of the world I should be greeted, if not from Lord Hamlet.
God bless you, sir.
Let him bless thee too.
He shall, sir, an't please him. There's a letter for you, sir. It comes from the ambassadors that was bound for England. If your name be Horatio, as I am let to know it is.
Horatio, when thou shalt have overlooked this, if these fellows some means to the king, they have letters for him. Ere we were 2 days old at sea, a pirate of very warlike appointment gave us chase. Finding ourselves too slow of sail, we put on a compelled valor. In the grapple, I boarded them. On the instant they got clear of our ship, so I alone became their prisoner. They have dealt with me like thieves of mercy, but they knew what they did. I am to do a good turn for them. Let the king have the letters I have sent, and repair thou to me with as much haste as thou wouldst fly death. I have words to speak in your ear will make you dumb. Yet are they much too light for the bore of the matter. These good fellows will bring thee where I am. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern hold their course for England. Of them I have much to tell thee. Farewell. He that thou knowest thine, Hamlet. Come, I will give you way for these your letters, and do it the speedier, that you might direct me to him from which you brought them.
Now must your conscience my acquittance seal, and you must put me in your heart for friend, sith you have heard, and with knowing ear, that he which hath your noble father slain pursued my life.
It well appears. But tell me, why you proceeded not against these feats, so crimeful and so capital in nature, and by your safety, wisdom, and all things else, you mainly were stirred up?
Oh, for two special reasons, which may to you perhaps seem much unsinewed, and yet to me they are strong. The Queen, his mother, lives almost by his looks, and for myself, my virtue or my plague, be it either which, she's so conjunctive to my life and soul, that as the stars move, not but in his sphere, I could not but by her. The other motive, why to a public count I might not go, is the great love the general gender bear him, who dipping all his faults in their affection would, like the spring that turneth wood to stone, convert his gyves to greases, so that my arrows too slightly timbered for so loud a wind would have reverted to my bow again, and not where I had armed them.
And so have I a noble father lost, a sister driven into desperate terms, who was, if praises may go back again, stood challenger on mount of all the age for her perfections. But my revenge will come.
Break not your seats for that. You must not think that we are made of stuff so flat and dull that we can let our beard be shook with danger and think it pastime. You shortly shall hear more. I loved your father, and we love ourselves, and that I hope will teach you to imagine. How now? What news? Oswin?
Letters, my lord, from Hamlet. This to your majesty, this to the Queen.
From Hamlet? Who brought them?
Sailors, my lord, they say. I saw them not. They were given me by Claudio. He received them.
Laertes, you shall hear them. Leave us. High and mighty, you shall know I am set naked on your kingdom. Tomorrow shall I beg leave to see your kingly eyes. When I shall, first asking your pardon thereunto, recount the occasions of my sudden and more strange return. Hamlet. What should this mean? Are all the rest come back? Or is it some abuse or no such thing?
Know you the hand?
It is Hamlet's character, naked. And in a postscript he says alone, can you advise me? Can you advise me?
I'm lost in it, my lord. Let him come. It warms the very sickness in my heart that I shall live and tell him to his teeth, thus didst thou.
If it be so, Laertes, as how should it be so? How otherwise will you rule by me?
If so, you'll not rule me to a peace.
To thine own peace, if he now be returned, as checking as his voyage, as that he means no more to undertake it, I will work him to an exploit now ripe in my device, under the which he shall not choose but fall. And for his death, no wind or blame shall breath, but even his mother shall uncharge the practice and call it accident. Some 2 months hence, here was a gentleman of Normandy I've seen myself, and served against the French, and they ran well on horseback, but this gallant had witchcraft in it. He grew into his seat, and to such wondrous thing doing brought his horse, and had he been encorpsed and demi-natured with the brave beast, so far he passed my thought that I in forgery of shapes and tricks come short of what he did.
A Norman, was it?
A Norman.
Upon my life, Lamont.
The very same.
I know him well. He is the brooch indeed and gem of all our nation.
He made confession of you and gave you such a masterly report for art and exercise in your defence. And for your rapier most especial, that he cried out, 'twill be a sight indeed if one could match you, sir. This report of his did Hamlet so envenomed with his envy that he could nothing do but wish and beg your Sodaine coming or to play with him. Now, out of this.
Why out of this, my lord?
Laertes, was your father dear to you? Or are you like a painting of a sorrow, a face without a heart?
Why ask you this?
Not that I think you did not love your father, but that I know love is begun by time, and that I see in passage of proof time qualifies the spark and fire in it. Hamlet comes back. What would you undertake to show yourself your father's son indeed, more than in words?
To cut his throat in the church.
No place indeed should murder sanctuarize. Revenge should have no bounds. But, good Laertes, will you do this? Keep close within your chamber. Hamlet returns shall know you are come home. We'll put on those shall praise your excellence and set a double varnish on the fame the Frenchman gave you. Bring you in fine together and wager on your heads. He being remiss, most generous and free from all contriving, will not pursue the foils. So that with ease or with a little shuffling, you may choose a sword unbaited, and in a pass of practice, requite him for your father.
I'll do it. And for that purpose, I'll anoint my sword. I bought an unction of a mountebank so mortal, I but dipped a knife in it, where it draws blood, no cataplums, so rare, collected from all simple that have virtue under the moon can save the thing from death. That is but scratched withal. I'll touch my point with this contagion, that if I gall him slightly, it may be death.
Let's further think of this. Weigh what convenience both of time and means may fit us to our shape. If this should fail, and that our drift look through bad performance were not better said, therefore this project should have a back or second that might hold if this should blast in proof. Soft, let me see. We'll make a solemn wager on your comings. I have it. When in your motion you are hot and dry, and as make your bouts more violent to the end, that he calls for drink, I'll have prepared him a chalice for the nonce, whereon but sipping, if he but chance escape your venom stuck, our purpose may hold there. How now, sweet queen?
One woe doth tread upon another's heels, so fast they'll follow. Your sister's drowned, Laertes.
Drowned? Oh, where?
There is a willow grows aslant a brook that shows his hoar leaves in the glassy stream. There, with fantastic garlands did she come, of crow's flowers, nettles, daisies, and long purples. The liberal shepherds give a grosser name, but our cold maids do dead men's fingers call them. There, on the pennant boughs, her coronet weeds clambering to hang, an envious slither broke when down the weedy trophies, and herself fell into the weeping brook. Her clothes spread wide and mermaid-like, and while they bore her up, which time she chanted snatches of old tunes, as one incapable of our own distress, or like a creature native, and indeed unto that element, but long it could not be, till that her garments heavy with her drink pulls the poor wretch from her melodious to muddy death.
Alas then, is she drowned?
Drowned. Drowned.
Too much of water hast thou, poor Ophelia, and therefore I forbid my tears, but yet it is our trick. nature her custom holds. Let shame say what it will, when these are gone, the woman will be out. Adieu, my lord. I have a speech of fire that fain would blaze, but that this folly doubts it.
Let's follow, Gertrude. How much I had to do to calm his rage. Now fear I this will give it start again. Therefore, let's follow.
Is she to be buried in Christian burial that wilfully seeks her own salvation?
I tell thee, she is, and therefore make her grave straight. The crowner sat on her and finds it Christian burial.
How can that be? Unless she drowned herself in her own defence.
What has found so?
It must be, say, offendendo. It cannot be else, for here lies the point. If I drown my wit wittingly, it argues an act, and an act hath three branches. It is an act to do and to perform. Argol, she drowned herself wittingly.
Oh, nay, but hear you, Goodman Delver.
Give me leave. Here lies the water. Good. Here stands the man. Good. If the man go to this water and drown himself, it is will he, nil he goes. Mark you that. But if the water come to him and drown him, he drowns not himself. Argol, he that is not guilty of his own death, shortens not his own life.
But is this law?
Aye, marriest. Crowner's quest law.
Will you have the truth on't? If this had not been a gentlewoman, she should have been buried out of Christian burial.
Why, there thou say'st. And more pity that great folk should have countenance in this world to drown or hang themselves more than they're even Christian. Come, my spade. There is no ancient gentleman but gardeners, ditchers and grave makers. They hold up Adam's profession.
Was he a gentleman?
He was the first that ever bore arms.
Why? He had none.
Was? Art a heathen? How doth thou understand the scripture? The scripture says Adam digged. Could he dig without arms? I'll put another question to thee. If thou answerest me not to the purpose, confess thyself.
Go on. Go to.
What is he that builds stronger than either the mason, the shipwright, or the carpenter?
The gallows maker, for that frame outlives 1,000 tenants.
I like thy wit well in good faith. The gallows does well, but how does it well? It does well to those that do ill. Now, thou dost ill to say the gallows is built stronger than the church. Argol, the gallows may do well to thee. Toot again. Come.
Oh, who builds stronger than a mason, a shipwright, or a carpenter?
Aye. Tell me that and unyoke.
Marry, now I can tell.
Toot.
I cannot tell.
Cudgel thy brains no more about it, for your dull ass will not mend his pace with beating. And when you are asked this question next, say a grave maker. The houses that he makes lasts till doomsday. Go, get thee to yawn. Fetch me a stoup of liquor. Ah, in youth when I did love me, thought it was very sweet to contract all the time for my behove. Oh, me thought there was nothing meet.
This fellow no feeling of his business that he sings at grave making.
Custom hath made it in him a property of easiness.
But even so, the hand of little employment hath the daintiest sense.
but age with his stealing steps hath caught me in his clutch, and hath me shipped until the land as if I had never been such.
Skull had a tongue in it and could sing once. Now the knave jowls it to the ground as if it were Cain's jawbone that did the first murder. It might be the pate of a politician, which this ass o'er offices. One that could circumvent God, might it not?
It might, my lord.
Or of a courtier, which could say, Good morrow, sweet lord, how art thou, good lord? Might be, my lord, such a one that praised my lord, such a one's horse, when he meant it to beg it, might it not?
It might, my lord. I, my lord.
Ay, e'en so. And now my lady worms, chapless, knocked about the mazes with a sexton's spade. Yes, fine revolution, if we had the trick to see it. Did those bones cost no more the breeding but to play at loggett with them? Mine act to think on't.
A pickaxe and a spade for and a shrouding sheet. Oh, a pit of clay for to be made, for such a guest is meet.
That's another. Why, that might not be the skull of a lawyer. Where be his quiddits now? His quillets, his cases, his tenules, and his crooks? Why does he suffer this rude knave now to knock him about the scone with a dirty shovel, and will not tell him of his action of battery? This fellow might be in his time a great buyer of land, with his statutes, his recognizances, his fines, his double vouchers, his recoveries. Is this the fine of his fines, and the recovery of his recoveries, to have his fine pate full of fine dirt? Will his vouchers vouch him no more of his purchases, and double ones too, than the length and breadth of a pair of indentures? The very conveyances of his lands will hardly lie in this box. And must the inheritor himself have no more? Ha!
Not a jot more, my lord.
Is not parchment made of sheep's?
Aye, my lord, and of calfskins too.
They are sheep and calves that seek assurance in that. I will speak to this fellow. His grave's this, sir?
Mine, sir. Oh, a pit of clay for to be made, for such a guest is meet.
I think it be thine indeed, for thou liest in it.
You lie out on, sir, and therefore it is not yours. For my part, I do not lie in't, and yet it is mine.
Thou dost lie in't, to be in't and say 'tis thine. 'Tis for the dead, and not for the quick, therefore thou liest.
'Tis a quick lie, sir. 'Twill away again from me to you.
What man dost thou dig it for?
For no man, sir.
What woman, then?
For none neither.
Who is to be buried in't?
One that was a woman, sir, but rest her soul, she's dead.
How absolute the knave is. We must speak by the card, or equivocation will undo us. I, the Lord Horatio, these 3 years I have taken note of it. The age is grown so picked that the toe of the peasant comes so near the heels of our courtier. He galls his kib. How long hast thou been a grave maker?
Of all the days of the year, I came to that day that our last king Hamlet came forth in brass.
How long is that since?
Cannot you tell that? Every fool can tell that. It was the very day that young Hamlet was born. He that was mad and sent to England.
I marry. Why was he sent into England?
Why? Because he was mad. He shall recover his wits there, or, if he do not, it is no great matter there.
Hmm?
'Twill not be seen in him, for the men there are as mad as he.
How came he mad?
Very strangely, they say.
How strangely?
Faith, even with losing his wits.
On what ground?
Why, here in Denmark, I have been sexton here, man and boy, 30 years.
How long will a man lie on the earth ere he rot?
If he need be not rotten before he die, as we have many pocky courses nowadays, that will scarce hold the laying in. He will last you some 8 year or 9 year. A tanner will last you 9 year.
Why he more than another?
Why, sir, his hide is so tanned with his trade that he will keep out water a great while, and your water is a sore decayer of your whoreson dead body. Here is a skull now. This skull has lain in the earth 23 years.
Whose was it?
A whoreson mad fellow's it was. Who do you think it was?
Nay, I know not.
A pestilence on him for a mad rogue. I poured a flagon of Rhenish on me head once. This same skull, sir, was Yorick's skull, the king's jester.
This?
In that.
Let me see. Ah, alas. Boy Yorick. I knew him, Horatio. A fellow of infinite jest, of most excellent fancy. He bore me on his back 1,000 times. And how abhorred my imagination is. My gorge rises at it. Here hung those lips that I have kissed I know not how oft. Where be your jibs now? Your gambols, your songs, your flashes of merriment that are wont to set the table on a roar. No one now to mock your own jeering, quite chop-fallen. Ooh. Now, get you to my lady's chamber and tell her, let her paint an inch thick. To this favour she must come. Make her laugh at that. I prithee, Horatio, tell me one thing.
What's that, my lord?
Dost thou think Alexander looked to this fashion in the earth?
Mean so.
And smelt so?
Oh, e'en so, my lord.
What base uses we may return, Horatio? Why may not imagination trace the noble dust of Alexander till he find it stopping in a bunghole?
'Twere to consider, too curiously to consider so.
No, faith, not a jot. But to follow him thither with modesty enough, and likelihood to lead it as thus. Alexander died. Alexander was buried. Alexander returneth to dust. The dust is earth, of earth you make loam, and why of that loam whereto he was converted? Might they not stop a beer barrel? The real Caesar, dead and turned to clay, might stop a hole to keep the wind away. Oh, that the earth which kept the world in awe should patch a wall to expel the winter's flaw. But soft, aside. Here comes the king. The queen courtiers. Who is that they follow? And with such maimed rites? This doth betoken the course they follow did with desperate hand fordo it own life. For some estate. Couch we a while and mark.
What ceremony else?
Her obsequies have been as far enlarged as we have warranty. Her death was doubtful, and but the general command outweighs the order. She should in ground unsanctified have lodged till the last trumpet. For charitable prayer, shards, flints, and peebles should be thrown on her. Yet here she is allowed her virgin rites, her maid instruments, and the bringing home of bell and burial.
Must there no more be done?
No more be done. We should profane the service of the dead to sing sage requiem, and such rest to her as to peace parted souls.
Lay her in the earth, and from her fair and unpolluted flesh may violets spring. I tell thee, cherished priest, a ministering angel shall my sister be when thou liest howling.
Fair Ophelia.
Sweet to the sweet, farewell. I hope thou shouldst have been my Hamlet's wife. I thought thy bride bed I to have decked, sweet maid, and not to have strewn thy grave.
Oh, terrible wooer! Full 10 times treble on that accursed head, whose wicked deed thy most ingenious sense deprived thee of all the earth awhile, till I have caught her once more in my arms. Now pile your dust upon the quick and dead, till of this flat a mountain you have made that o'ertop old Pelion, o'er the sky's head of blue Olympus.
What is he whose griefs bear such an emphasis, whose phase of sorrow conjure the wandering stars, and makes them stand like wonder-wounded heroes? This is I, Hamlet the Dane.
The devil take thy soul!
Not please, not well. I prithee take thy fingers from my throat. Sir, I am not sensitive and rash, yet I have something in me dangerous, which let thy wiseness fear. Away thy hand!
Pluck them asunder!
Hamlet, Hamlet!
Oh, my lord, be quiet.
Why, I will fight with them upon this theme until my eyelids will no longer wag.
Oh, my son, what theme?
I loved Ophelia. 40,000 brothers could not, with all their quantity of love, make up my sum. What wilt thou do for her?
Oh, he is mad, Laertes.
For the love of God, forbear him.
Come, show me what thou wilt do. Wilt weep? Wilt fight? Wilt tear thyself? Wilt drink up Esau? Eat a crocodile? I'll do it. Dost thou come here to whine? To outface me with leaping in her grave? Be buried quick with her, and so will I. If thou prate of mountains, let them throw millions of acres on us till our ground, singeing his pate against the burning zone, and make Ossa like a wart. Nay, and thou mouth, I'll rant as well as you.
This is mere madness, and thus a while the fit will work on him, and none as patient as the female dove when that her golden couplet are disclosed, his silence will sit drooping.
Hear you, sir? What is the reason that you used me thus? I loved you ever. It is no matter. Let Hercules himself do what he may. The cat will mew, the dog will have his day.
I pray you, good Horatio, wait upon him. Strengthen your patience in our last night's speech. We'll put the matter to the present push. Good Gertrude, set some watch over your son. This grave shall have a living monument. An hour of quiet shortly shall we see. Till then, in patience our proceeding be.
So much for this, sir. Now let me see the other. Do you remember all the circumstance?
Remember it, my lord.
Sir, in my heart there was a kind of fighting that would not let me sleep. Methought I lay, worse than the mutinies in the bilboes, rashly, and praise be rashness for it. Let us know our indiscretion sometimes serves us well, when our dear plots do pall, and that should teach us there's a divinity that shapes our ends. Rough hew them how we will.
That is most certain.
Up from my cabin, my sea gown scarfed about me in the dark, groped I to find out them. Had my desire fingered their pocket, and in fine withdrew to mine own room again, making so bold, my fears forgetting manners, to unseal their grand commission, where I found, Horatio, royal knavery, an exact command larded with many several sorts of reason, importing Denmark's health, and England's too, with whom such bugs and goblins in my life that on the no leisure baited, no, not to say the grinding of the axe, my head should be struck off.
It's possible.
Here's the commission. Will you give me a leisure, but wilt thou hear me how I did proceed?
I beseech you.
Being thus benneted round with villains, ere I could make a prologue to my brains, they had begun the play. I sat me down, devised a new commission, wrote it fair. I once did hold it as our statists do, a baseness to write fair, and laboured much how to forget that learning. But, sir, now it did me yeoman service. Wilt thou know the effects of what I wrote?
Ay, my good lord.
An earnest conjuration from the king, as England was his faithful tributary, as love between them, as the palm should flourish, as peace would still her wheaten garland wear, and stand a comma between their amities, and many such like asses of great charge, that on the view and know of these contents, without debatement further, more or less, he should the bearers put to sudden death, not driving time allowed.
How was this sealed?
Why, even in that was heaven ordinate. I had my father's signet in my purse, which was the model of that Danish seal, folded the writ up in form of the other, subscribed it, gilt the impression, placed it safely, the changeling never known. Now the next day was our sea fight, and what to this was cement, thou knowest already.
So Guildenstern and Rosencrantz go too?
Why, man, they did make love to this employment. They are not near my conscience. Their debate doth by their own insinuation grow. 'Tis dangerous when the baser nature comes between the passe, and the foul insensate points of mighty opposites.
Why, what a king is this?
Does it not, thinks thee, stand me now upon he that hath killed my king and whored my mother, popped in between the election and my hopes, thrown out his angle for my proper life, and with such cozenage? Is't not perfect conscience to quit him with this arm? And is't it not to be damned to let this canker of our nature come in further evil?
It must be shortly known to him from England what is the issue of the business there.
The interim's mine, and a man's life no more than to say one, but I am very sorry, good Horatio. But to Laertes I forgot myself. For by the image of my cause I see the portraiture of his. I'll count his favours, but sure the bravery of his grief did put me into a towering passion.
Peace. Who comes here?
lordship is right welcome back to Denmark.
I humbly thank you, sir. Dost know this waterfly?
No, my good lord.
Thy state is the more gracious, for 'tis a vice to know him. He hath much land and fertile, lest a beast be lord of beast, and his crib shall stand at the king's mess. 'Tis a trough, but as I saw, spacious in the possession of dirt.
Sweet lord, if your friendship were at leisure, I should impart a thing to you from his majesty.
I will receive it with all diligence of spirit. Put your bonnet to its right use. 'Tis for the head.
I thank your lordship. 'Tis very hot.
No, believe me, 'tis very cold. The wind is northerly.
It is indifferent cold, my lord, indeed.
Methinks it is very sultry and hot for my complexion.
Exceedingly, my lord. It is very sultry, as 'twere I cannot tell how, but, my lord, his majesty bade me signify to you that he has laid a great wager on your head. Sir, this is the matter.
I beseech you, remember.
Nay, in good faith, for mine ease, in good faith. Sir, you are not ignorant of what Excellence Laertes is at his weapon.
What's his weapon?
Rapier and dagger.
That's two of his weapons, but, well.
The Sir King has waged with him 6 Barbary horses, against the which he imponed, as I take it, 6 French rapiers and poniards, with their assigns as girdle hangers or so. 3 of the carriages, in faith, are very dear to fancy, very responsive to the hilts, most delicate carriages, and of very liberal conceit.
What call you the carriages?
The carriages, sir, are the hangers.
The phrase would be more germane to the matter. If we could carry cannon by our sides, I would it be hangers till then, but on 6 Barbary horses against 6 French swords. There are signs and 3 liberal conceited carriages. That's the French, but against the Danish. Why is this a pond, as you call it?
The king, sir, hath laid that in a dozen passes between you and him, he shall not exceed you 3 hits. He hath 112 for mine, and that would come to immediate trial if your lordship would vouchsafe the answer.
How if I answer no?
I mean, my lord, the opposition of your person in trial.
Sir, I will walk here in the hall, if it please his majesty. 'Tis the breathing time of day with me. Let the foils be brought, the gentleman willing, and the king hold his purpose. I will win for him if I can. If not, I'll gain nothing but my shame, and the odd hits.
Shall I re-deliver you in so?
This effect, sir, after what flourish your nature will.
I commend my duty to your lordship.
Yours. He does well to commend it himself. There are no tongues else for's tongue.
Oh, this lapwing runs away with a shell on his head.
Did he comply with his dug before he sucked it? Thus had he mind more of the water than I know the drossy age dotes on. Only got the tune of the time, an outward habitee of encounter, a kind of yeasty collection which carries them through and through the most fond and winnowed opinions, and do but blow them to their trials. The bubbles are out.
You will lose this wager, my lord.
I do not think so. Since he went into France, I have been in continual practice. I shall win at the odds, but thou wouldst not think how all hear about my heart. But it is no matter.
Nay, good my lord.
It is but foolery, but it is such a kind of gain-giving as would perhaps trouble a woman.
If your mind dislike anything, obey. I will forestall their repair hither and say you are not fit.
Not a whit. We defy augury. There's a special providence in the fall of a sparrow. If it be now, 'tis not to come. If it be not to come, it will be now. If it be not now, yet it will come. The readiness is all, since no man has aught of what he leaves. What is to leave betimes?
Come, Hamlet, come. Come, take this hand from me.
Give me your pardon, sir. I've done you wrong. But pardon as you are a gentleman. This presence knows, and you must needs have heard how I am punished with sore distraction. What I have done, that might your nature honest, and exception roughly awake, I here proclaim was madness. Was Hamlet wrong, Laertes? Never, Hamlet. If Hamlet from himself be ta'en away, and when he's not himself does wrong, Laertes, then Hamlet does not do it. Hamlet denies it. Who does it then? His madness. If it be so, Hamlet is of the faction that is wronged. His madness is poor Hamlet's enemy. Sir, in this audience, let my disclaiming from a purposed evil free me so far in your most generous thoughts that I have shot mine hour over the house and hurt my mother.
I am satisfied in nature, whose motive in this case should stir me most to my revenge. But in my terms of honour, I stand aloof, and will no reconcilement till some elder masters of known honour I have a voice and president of peace to keep my name ungorged. But till that time, I do receive your offered love like love, and will not wrong it.
I do embrace it freely, and this brother's wager frankly play. Give us the foils, come on.
Come, one for me.
I'll be your foil, Laertes, in mine ignorance. Your skill has, like a star, the darkest night. Dick, fiery off indeed.
You mock me, sir.
Oh, by this hand.
Give them the foils, young Osric. Cousin Hamlet, you know the wager?
Very well, my lord. Your grace hath laid the odds at the weaker side.
I do not fear it. I have seen you both. But since he is bettered, we have therefore odds.
This is too heavy. Let me have another.
This likes me well. These foils have all the length.
Aye, my good lord.
Set me the stoups of wine upon that table. If Hamlet give the first or second hit or quit in answer of the third exchange, let all the battlements their ordnance fire. The king shall drink to Hamlet's better breath, and in the cup an union shall he throw, richer than that which 4 successive kings in Denmark's crown have worn. Give me the cups, and let the kettle to the trumpet speak. The trumpet to the cannoner without, the cannons to heaven, the heaven to earth. Now the king drinks to Hamlet. Come, begin. And you, the judges, bear a wary eye.
Come on, sir.
Come on, sir.
One.
No.
Judgment.
A hit. A very palpable hit.
Well, again.
If they say, give me drink. Now, Hamlet, this pearl is thine. Here's to thy health. Give him the cup.
Play this bout first, set by a while. What? Come. What say you?
A touch, I do confess.
One shall win.
is fat and scant of breath. Here's a napkin. Rub thy brows.
Oh.
The queen carouses to thy fortune, Hamlet.
Good madam.
Gertrude, do not drink.
I will, my lord. I pray you pardon me.
It is the poisonous cup. It is too late.
I dare not drink yet, madam, by and by.
Come, let me wipe thy face.
My lord, I'll hit him now.
I do not think it.
And yet it's almost against my conscience.
Come for the third player, tease you but dally. I pray you passe with your best violence. I'm afeard you make a wanton of me.
Oh, say you so, sir? Come on!
Nothing neither way.
Oh, have it you now!
Nothing neither way.
Have it you! Come!
Part them! They are incensed.
How does the queen?
Oh, she swoons to see them bleed.
No. No, the drink. The drink. Oh, my dear Hamlet, the drink, the drink. I am poisoned.
Oh, villainy! Ow! Let the door
To
be
the queen
locked.
there, ho!
They bleed on both sides. How is my lord?
How is Laertes?
It is here, Hamlet. It is here, Hamlet. Hamlet, thou art
It is
slain.
here, Hamlet. Hamlet, thou art slain. No medicine in the world can do thee good. Indeed, there is not half an hour of life. The treacherous instrument is in thy hand. Unbeaten and envenomed, the foul practice hath turned itself on me. Lo, here I lie, never to rise again. Thy mother poisoned. I can no more. Oh, the king's to blame.
Venom too? And venom do thy work.
Treason! Treason!
Oh, defend me, friends. I am but hurt.
Here thou incestuous damned Jane, drink off this poison. Is that union here? Follow my mother.
Is justly served. It is a poison tempered by himself. Exchange forgiveness with me, noble Hamlet. Oh, mine and my father's death come not upon thee, nor thine on me.
Heaven make thee free of it. I follow thee. Ah, I'm dead, Horatio. Wretched queen, adieu. You that look pale and tremble at this chance that are but mutes, audience to this act. Had I but time, at this fell Sergeant Death is striked his arrest, oh, I could tell you. But let it be. Horatio, I am dead. Thou livest to report me, and my cause is right. To the unsatisfied.
Never believe it. I am more an antic Roman than a Dane. Yes, yet some liquor left.
Oh, man, give me the cup. Let go, by heaven, I'll have it. As thought a man, give me the cup. Oh, good Horatio. What a wounded name, things standing thus unknown, shall live behind me. If thou ever did hold me in thy heart, absent thee from felicity a while, and in this harsh world, draw thy breath in pain to tell my story. Now, what warlike noise is this?
Young Fortinbras, with conquest come from Poland to the ambassadors of England, gives this warlike folly.
I die, Horatio. The potent poison quite overcrowds my spirit. I cannot live to hear the news from England, but I do. Prophesy the election nights on Fortinbras. He has my dying voice. So tell him, with the occurrence more or less, which have solicited. The rest is silence.
Now crack a noble heart. Night, sweet prince. Flights of angels sing thee to thy rest. Why do the drums come hither?
Where is this sight?
What is it ye would see? If aught of woe or wonder, cease your search.
His quarry cries on havoc, on proud death. What feastest toward in thy eternal cell? That thou so many princes at a shoot so bloody hast stuck?
The sight is dismal, and our affairs from England come too late. The ears are senseless that should give us hearing. To tell him his commandment is fulfilled, that Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead. Where should we have our thanks?
Not from his mouth. Had it the ability of life to thank you, he never gave commandment for their death. But since so jump upon this bloody question, you from the Polack wars and you from England are here arrived. Give order that these bodies high on a stage be placed to the view. Let me speak to the yet unknowing world how these things came about. So shall ye hear of carnal, bloody and unnatural acts, of accidental judgments, casual slaughters, of deaths put upon by cunning and forced cause. And in this upshot, purposes mistook, fallen on the inventor's head. All this can I truly deliver.
Let us haste to hear it, and call the noblest to the audience. For me, with sorrow I embrace my fortune. I have some rights of memory in this kingdom which are to claim. My vantage doth invite me.
Of that I shall always speak. And from his mouth whose voice will draw no more, but let this same be presently performed even while men's minds are wild, lest more mischance on plots and errors happen.
Let 4 captains bear Hamlet like a soldier to the stage, for he was likely, had he been put on, to have proved most royally. And for his passage, the soldier's music and the rights of war speak loudly for him. Take up the body. Such a sight as this becomes the field, but here shows much amiss. Go, bid the soldiers shoot.
I cannot as a soldier shoot for you, my players, but bring yourselves back on. Well done, well done, well done. Bravo, 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 bravo. Everybody, absolutely wonderful stuff this afternoon. Thank you all so very, very much for giving Hamlet so much of yourselves. That was really, really, really inspiring. Thank you all very, very much. Right, I'm not going to keep you all too long. I'm just going to say farewell to you, audience. We'll be back on October 16th with Othello live. Please come and join us then. Can I just check, Valentina, do we have the music for our final dance?
We do.
We
Lizzie,
do. Something
You
is
gotta turn my camera on, Lizzie.
Oh, beg pardon. Oh dear, so much technology. So much technology. That was my fault. All right, so we will now dance ourselves off the screen and away for today. Everybody enjoy the rest of your Sundays. We'll see you in 3 weeks. That was our Hamlet. We made it through. Excellent. Right, come on, Valley, let's have the music.
I've got my spit.
Well done, everybody. Well done, well done, well done. Extra round of applause to Lizzie Hux.